Yo, what's up? What's up? I'm Baby in the chat. Thanks for coming back in again. I read your messages. That's so cool that you're learning C++. What's your approach? What are you doing to learn? Are you doing like LeetCode problems or using some other tool, like to learn the basics? Hey, Shal Gaming, what's up? Ooh, Hacker Rank. Hold on, let's see. Let me check out what you linked here. Okay. Gotta log in. Hey, Shal Gaming, welcome here. Okay, no, I don't want to look at that. Let me open the link again now that I signed in. Really, I gotta do this? No, it's making me sign in. Okay, here we go. Okay. Yeah, so you're using HackerRank to learn the basics. That's cool. I didn't realize that they had that on HackerRank. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. I had 2 days of not streaming. My streaming consistency is a work in progress. I just had a lot to do, and I wanted to start streaming earlier today, but I was busy. I'm working on a side project. It's really exciting, but I can't share too much about it just yet. Except that it's for the stream. It's Twitch related. I'm making some like custom integrations. But yeah, so as far as the stream goes, though, I thought I'd start with some Clash of Code and see what happens. Not entirely sure how long I'll do Clash of Code for. And then I got some LeetCode problems here. Some of which I know for sure I can do, and then some of which are a little bit trickier, like this longest palindromic subsequence. Not entirely sure I remember how to do that, but hopefully I'll get to it and I can try. Start with Python or JavaScript. Oh, you're talking to I'm Baby in the chat. Yeah. I actually do agree with Shal Gaming. C++ is it's not the best first language. It's a great language, but for like brand new beginner programmers, it's not the best. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and let's see. Oh, look, I'm already here on this page. So let's go to Clash of Code. Oh, you already know Python? Nice. So if anyone wants to join the clashes, all you gotta do is click the lobby at the same time that I do, which I just did. Thank you guys for coming back in so quick. I think this is the first stream that I've done where someone was talking in the chat during the starting screen. So that was cool to see. What's your background in programming, Baby in the chat? Like, are you studying it like in school or just for fun on the side? Are you already done with school, but you studied something else, so now you're learning programming? Oh, high school? Let's go. Shal, I got a take-home test from a company. 25 hours? No. That's a little too much. Why are they asking you to spend 25 hours on something like that? Oh, yeah, you're learning for fun. Sorry, I'm actually a little hungry. I didn't mean to start munching right at the beginning of the stream, but I've got some pretzels. If the crunching is annoying, I can try to mute my mic when I'm eating one. But yeah, 25 hours is over the top. Honestly, I think it's significantly over the top. For a take-home test, they should probably be asking you to spend like 1 to 2 hours tops. The ASMR. Pretzel crunching ASMR. Oh shit, is that... It's Gigantic Bucket. That must mean that Gigantic Bucket, you're here in the chat. It's a full stack app. Oh, you gotta create the front end and the back end with... What? I mean, if it's for a big pay increase... the only thing that sucks is you could spend all that time, right? And let's say that you spend 25 hours on it and they end up saying no, then it's just really shitty, you know, you just wasted all that time. I mean, I guess it's not a complete waste if you learn something in the process, but oh, shortest mode. Yeah, we're starting on shortest mode. I haven't version numbers. Okay, let's see. Major minor patch. Oh. Okay. That's a pretty straightforward algorithm, but how to do it shortly? How to do it shortly? Let's just do it longly first. Patch. Then, how do we do this? We can print. Here, let's just do this. Let's split this by periods right away. So something like this. Except this one we need to increment. I don't know how I'm going to do this shortly. Well, actually, I do have an idea, but let me get this working first. Oh yeah, and then it has to be joined by dots again. What, they don't want a new line at the end? They don't want a new line? That's the first time I've found a problem where they specifically don't want a new line at the end of what you're printing. Yeah, this is basically a switch right now. As soon as I make sure that my approach is right, I'll fix this to be not a switch. I have an idea of how I'm going to do that. I just like to have something that's fully functional first. Okay, what went wrong with this? Oh, if you increase the minor version, patch goes to 0. I see. So basically, we have this. Okay, so that's how you do it. Because I'm trying to get into competitive. Hell yeah. You came in from Simon's raid last time, Bucket? Or not Bucket, sorry, baby in the chat. Or did you find me a different way? But yeah, I mean, you're in the right place to... to like learn about competitive programming and stuff. You should try to join some of the clashes. You can join and do it in Python. Okay, that's why I had to put in. Okay, so let's see here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make an array, and I'm going to call it, it's going to contain these strings, and then I'm going to use the index in the array to find out which index that needs to be adjusted for the output. So then like t is going to be a.index of I. So now t is the index that I need to update. Check out Colin Galen, second thread, William Lin. They have decent videos. Oh yeah, unfortunately the only name there that I know is William Lin, but I'm very familiar with him. He's crazy good, crazy good. He used to win like every LeetCode weekly contest. I don't know if he still does them, but for a while he was doing them and he just won them all. I don't know that many like big names in competitive. I know Tourist. What's his real name again? I already forget. He's the guy who always wins Google Code Jam. Yeah, Gennady Korotkovich, I guess. He's really cool too. Oh, and he streams on Twitch as well every once in a while. I'm pretty sure his twitch.tv username is either Tourist or The Tourist or something like that. Okay, so now that I have the index, v sub t equals, and this is not a short solution at all. I'm about to get rid of these if statements though, and it's going to be this. And then the rest of them after that have to be set to 0 in range T3. And then I think I can just is this right? Popcorn, what's up? Yeah, Gennady Korotkovich. He's a really talented guy. I can't imagine being like that good at this though. Like you literally have to devote your whole life to competitive programming to be on that level, which I respect. You know, mad props to people who do that, but I got other things in life, you know, that I'd rather spend my time focusing on than just 8 hours a day of competitive programming. Oh, Popcorn, you're sick. I'm sorry, man. Hope you feel better. Yeah, I mean, chill day sounds like the perfect way to handle being a little sick. So I can use the input function to print the output. But I still have a bug here. Oh, this needs to be T+1 right here. Okay, so this code works, but it's 144 though, so still too long. Popcorn, what kind of illness do you have? You got like some kind of cold? You think you got COVID? You just got like a stomach ache or something? Well, whatever it is, you don't have to share. I hope you feel better. Just a cold. Gotcha. Okay. How do I make this code shorter? So I can do G here and delete that line. Oh yeah, let's try to figure out what's going on with your code, baby, in the chat. Monkeypox? Good God, hopefully not. The government response to that is just terrible. If you're doing a loop, make sure you got like your end condition is right. Or if you're breaking out of the loop, make sure you got a break statement in the right place. If you start growing a tail. The first thing that I thought about when you said that, Popcorn, was Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone when Hagrid gives Dudley a pigtail. I've been rewatching some of the Harry Potter movies recently. How much more do I want to try to condense this? There's probably a way to improve this. Oh, this can be... I can just do this, right? That can be on the same line. Okay, there goes another like character or two. There's definitely way shorter ways to do this. Alright, Ruby solution coming through at 89. Oh yeah. Popcorn, that reminds me. Exciting announcement. I am a Twitch affiliate, so I have some channel points. And did you see what I called them? You guys can watch the stream and start earning lines of code. Yeah, Pog for that. I'm gonna add more rewards. I just like added a few starting ones. I want to start doing some trivia, like computer science / coding / just general software development trivia. And so I actually do have questions already, but I don't know, maybe is it too expensive? It's 1,000. How long? Who knows? How long does it take to earn 1,000? Is that too many points for a trivia question? I might have to make some of the stuff cheaper. How do I make this better? How do I make this shorter? I think I have to split. And I need this array. 6 hours? Oh, that's too expensive. I'll fix it right now. I mean, eventually I might have to make stuff more expensive, but let's see. I'm gonna make that cheaper right now real quick. Hold on a sec. Oh, that's good to know. How to earn lines of code. Man, you gotta type them. You gotta write them out. Okay, let's see. Viewer rewards, channel points. Here, I can change the prices right now real quick. Let's do 250 for a trivia question. That's probably too cheap, but I'll do it like that for now. And then if it starts to get used too much, then I'll have to make it more expensive. Oh, there's only a minute. There's only 40 seconds left. This is probably going to be what I submit. I don't know how I'm going to condense that more right now. Oh, okay, so you're an avid XQC watcher. Did you earn all those from watching, or did you earn any of those from predictions? That's a lot of... I don't have that many channel points anywhere. I can tell you what my highest amount of channel points is, though, and it's John Bams's Minecraft streams, because I'm saving up for a totem. I don't know if anyone's into Minecraft or who knows John Bams. But yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. We got 4th place to start. Oh, JavaScript submission with 83 characters. We'll have to take a look at that. 870 watch hours? Well, let me put it this way. I appreciate you being in the stream. I bet he's live right now. Hold on a sec. Is XQC live right now? Homie's like always live. Yeah. Oh no, that's his waiting room. Okay, never mind. All right, so let's just have a look at how the shortest solutions did it. JavaScript, readline, split on dots. Oh. They're just looking at the third letter of the of like the instruction, you know, major, minor, patch. So for major, it's a J. For minor, it's an N. For patch, it's a T. And so they just associate that letter with the index that needs to be changed. They increase that one, and then they fill the rest. That's clever. That's nifty. Let's see, Willard 21. Yeah, they did something similar. They create a little lookup table for the second letter of the word. Very clever. Lacrosse. Yeah, it looks like they're doing the same thing. They're looking for an H for patch, and they're looking for an N for minor. So I guess the way to really shorten the code for this problem is to not do what I did, which was like check for the whole word, but just look for find like a single letter that distinguishes them. So like you can use the middle letter J, N, and T to do that. Okay, let's go again. I'm gonna join the lobby. I do like XQC's stream. He's amusing to watch, especially when he starts yelling at the chat. And I like how he farms bits, like TTS bits, by giving his like hot takes. Oh my god! Gigantic Bucket, you didn't have to do that, bro. That's hella pog. That's my first sub in the chat. Thank you so much. You also earn a founder badge for that too. First 10 subs get a founder badge. So now you're VIP and you're a stream founder. So congrats, but more importantly than congrats, thank you. I really appreciate that. I didn't expect that to happen today or anytime soon, really. Okay, reverse mode. Yo, I'm so excited. I gotta text my girlfriend, tell her I have a subscriber. But wait, I should do this problem first. What is this? Also, I'm baby in the chat. Pog that your friend's learning to code. I think everyone should try learning to code. Speaking of my girlfriend, she's been working on it a little bit. I'm trying to get her to learn to code as well. And she's been studying some Python, which is honestly the language I would recommend for a first-time coder. As I said before. How... So 10... So there's... Okay, so... Clearly there's 10 x's. And then for 7, there's 4 columns of pluses and 3 rows. So maybe that's where you get the 7 from. Okay, so for the first two, I can count the dimensions of like the shape before dots start appearing. Oh, the height is always 5. Gotcha. Okay, the height is always 5, but they give you a rectangle of the they give you a rectangle of a specific character that's not a dot. And so if you take the dimensions of those and add them together, no, that's not right. Well, that's not quite right though. It's something along those lines. I still don't understand where the 3 comes from for this. What do we have here? 7 across, 4 down. So 7 minus 4 is 3. Hey, Smikolov. What's up? Thanks for coming into the stream. We're just doing some Clash of Code. The current problem is reverse mode, and I haven't figured out yet what's going on. So what is the area of this shape? That's gonna be 12. 12 minus 5 is 7. The area of this is 10. And the area of this is 28. Only one person's got it, so I feel less bad about struggling this much. Anyone got any ideas? I'll take hints from the chat. Oh shit, Popcorn, you got it, nice. What is this? This is 12 by 3. So 36. Smikolov, this is Clash of Code reverse mode. So you get an input and you get the expected output, and that's all you get. So then you just have to write the code. So this is 12 by 3. Twelve minus 3 is 9 minus 5. Gets you 4. This one is 7 minus 4, so that gets you 3. 4 minus 3 is 1. God damn it, dude. Props to Bucket and Popcorn for figuring this one out. I'm still drawing a blank on it. Five. So for the top one, just the area works. Do you have to take into account the number of rows that are unused as well? Yeah, it's probably some kind of sequence. Basically, this you run some code on this and you're supposed to print 10. You run the exact same code on this and you're supposed to print 7. Then you run the exact same code with this and you're supposed to print 3. So what are the dimensions? So we've got 5 and 2 here, and then 3 unused rows. This one right here is weird. Seven and 4. Okay, so for that one you can subtract. You can do width minus height. This one here is width plus height though. Oh, the symbol. Oh, gigantic bucket, you're giving me a hint. I got you. The symbol tells you what operation to do on the dimensions. That's what it is. Shit. Okay, well I got 7 minutes, which is plenty of time to code that up. So let's see. H equals 0 here. If a line 0 is not equal to dot, then plus plus h. So that tells us, sorry, h plus equals 1. That tells us the height. Then for the width, the width is just the length of the first row. So if I equals 0, then width equals length of a line. And then, oh, can you eval in Python? I want to use eval here. Eval h plus, oh, we need to get the symbol, the operator. H plus op. Well, X is not going to work, but let's see if it works for the pluses. Okay. Does it work for this one? Okay, so that does work. So if op equals x, op equals star. Okay, we didn't quite get it for, oh, it's the width comes first here. And then you're supposed to int it, I guess. Okay, hopefully that passes the hidden test cases. Always promote the stream when you're not doing shortest mode. Hey, there it is. That was a tricky one. I was really confused for a while because, yeah, obviously I wasn't thinking of the type of character as the operator. I just thought that like anything that was not a dot was part of the rectangle. Who's Lacrosse? Is he really good? Let's take a look at some of the other code. Okay, if it's a dot, you just break. If you didn't define width yet, you take the length of the line. Okay, then you do the same thing, replacing the X with a star. You increase the height, which you can just do unconditionally because you're breaking once you start finding dots. Yeah, and then you just eval. Nice. Okay, let's take a look at popcorn plant. Oh shit, he's number 4? God damn. Lua! Oh, nice. So, Popcorn, does Lua have an eval? Or were you forced to do it this way? So you basically, you calculate the width and the height, and then you just have like a switch basically on the char. Well, there's always next time. Also, I've seen you do this before. Is this how you... So, yeah, I know in Python, // is integral division. So if I had done // like if I had taken the slash string and appended another slash on the end, I don't think I would have needed to cast to an int. But how does it work in Lua? Like, why do you have to do or 0 here? What's that doing, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, okay. So just width // height doesn't do that automatically. Which I think it does in Python. Okay. Lacrosse did not share his code. I'm guessing because he's like in the top 10, he's a little bit more secretive. Gigantic bucket, let's see what you did. Pretty similar. Yeah, your code is similar to mine. You have a special case for the first row. You grab the op and the width just for the first row. And then then you break, and you're gonna use the iterator variable to know how many rows there are. And then you have your switch. Truncate. Wait, what? Oh, I know. I think JavaScript will not print decimals if it's not a floating point number. So JavaScript, aka TypeScript. JavaScript, aka, TypeScript is just JavaScript with types on top. Yeah, in JavaScript you wouldn't have to truncate it. And we can see what for Yub did. We only got 20% though. I mean, there's not really much point looking at this because it's not right. But he tried to like count the dots and use that to get the answer. Unfortunately, that wasn't quite what we were supposed to do. Okay, let's go again. Let's wait for the next lobby in 20 seconds. Refusal to eval. I think I've solved a couple of problems in Clash of Code before where you can use eval, but I used switch statements instead. And so now I'm trying to identify when eval is an option. I joined the lobby, by the way, if you guys are coming. Oh, you're battling Lacrosse? Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. I wonder if we're getting a Simon raid today. This is about the time that he usually streams, and I'm definitely going to be live longer than him tonight. Yeah, he is live. I'm kind of spoiled by him right now, though. I gotta make sure I don't grow to, like, expect it, because it is a really nice thing whenever he does it. Yeah, he's been raiding the stream a lot. I think, like, the last 2 or 3 times I've been live, he's just raided. Okay, reverse mode again. Shit. What is that? Is that... Oh, is that like the ASCII codes? Oh, there's hexadecimal in there too. Shit. I don't know if I know how to do this. Yeah, Smeekalov, reverse mode is... It's kind of like... a normal problem, except you don't get any description of what to do. Instead, you just get sample input and what the output is supposed to be. And then you have to figure it out from there. So I'm just like looking at hello world and I'm looking at the output. And so my first thought is that like it's encoding these characters, you know, into like hexadecimal. And so I got to figure out how to do that now. So input.split. Oh no, we just want we want like a list of the input, and then we want to join, and then let's see, Python number to hex. I just gotta see how to do this. Oh, so I can just do hex. Let's try and see what happens if I do hex. Let's do a list comprehension here. So hex of ord of C. Ord gets the ASCII value for C in input. And then what if we just do this? I just want to see what we get. Oh, it's right, except there's zeros on the front of each one. You guys see that? I like basically have the right answer, but I have zeros on the front of each one. So if I just trim those off, so I can just do 1 colon here. There we go. That's how you solve that one. Promote the stream. I probably could have got that one faster, but I was running my mouth. You know how it is. You run your mouth and you can't solve it quite as fast. That was a nice straightforward one though. You just take each character in the string, take its ASCII value, convert that to hex, and concatenate it all together. And then the format for the hex is that you're just supposed to have X in front of each pair of hex digits. Okay, let's see how some of the people did it. Okay, that looks really similar to mine. So they just did hex ord, and then they did 1 colon to cut the 0 off the front. Madbalar, same thing, and everyone did the same. Wait a minute. Is this the exact same code as the first place guy? Oh no, it's similar. Very similar. Everyone did it pretty similarly. Gigantic bucket with the TypeScript. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you can just do charcode at, and then to string 16, and then you have to just plop the X's on the front of each one. Very nice. My code, which is basically the same thing that the other 2 Python submissions were. I just go through everything in the input. Hex ord. Boom. Done. Oh, it was a fun one. Let's go again. Let's wait till the next lobby. Smikolov. No instructions, got it. Says it on the top, my bad. Divided by 10. What did you divide by 10? Sorry, I don't follow. By the way, if you want to join for any of the clashes, I don't know if you have been because I don't know your coding game username, but all you got to do is click the lobby the same time I do. And if it gets to the point where we have too many people, then Clash also has private clashes down here, where there's no limit really to the number of people that can play. Oh yeah, so the 0 was on the front. That's why it was weird. I had to do a string manipulation. So basically for like the character A or whatever, I'm typing in the search bar for no reason. It was giving me like 0x, like, I don't know, A or 3A. It was giving me this as a string. And so my solution was just to do a substring for everything except for the first character. Yeah, it's just a weird like language specific thing because you saw in whoops. No, I didn't. Give me out. Hold on. Next lobby. Okay, now let's go. No, let's go now. So yeah, if you looked at Gigantic Bucket's code, he didn't have to do anything to remove the 0. In his case, he had to add an X onto the front because the toString 16 call in JavaScript just gave him the 2 hex digits and didn't put anything on the front. Oh shit! Max, are you in the chat, bro? Yo, one of my like IRL friends just sent me a selfie of him looking at my stream. Max, you here, bro? You should join for some clashes. Yeah, it was funny. Oh, sorry, just checking my email. 20 seconds. Can we get a full lobby? That's the real question. Okay, here we go. Shortest mode again. Robot. The robot is its coordinates AB and wants to get to XY. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Let's start off by using some of the sample code and then I'll shorten it after I get it working. So for this one, all you need to print is absolute value of x minus a plus absolute value of y minus b, I guess. Okay, so that works, but how can we make this a lot shorter in the next 13 minutes? One idea is to use open. Shit, do I even remember how to do this, bro? Let's see, QR equals open 0. Hold on, if I do that, what does QR become? That's just gonna be... Okay, actually I don't know if open is gonna work for this one. Oh shoot, hey, thanks for the follow, Surrogate. Really appreciate it. We're doing some Clash of Code. I have a solution to this one. Now it's just about how short can I make it. So one idea would be to put input in a function and just call G here and G here. And then I can call G here as well. So that's shorter. Oh, thanks. You're done with lacrosse, you won. Yeah, Popcorn will be happy to have you back next round for sure. And Bucket, you said your doggo needs attention. Fair enough. Give your doggo a pet from me. Hope you come back and hang out for more clashes though, after that. And then there's gonna be LeetCode later as well. So I can do this. Okay, so I might be able to make these lines shorter by doing like map int like this. So that actually looks pretty good, dude. I might just submit that. 78 characters. Kelly Trick Them, thank you for the follow. Combine the two splits into one. Ooh, hold on. You might be onto something. If I do this, hold on, let's comment this line out. Ooh, why did that not work? I probably need a space in here. Is that what you meant? Oh, that's good. That's good. That gets me down to 67. That's good. Thank you for that suggestion. I might just submit this. Like, what else am I possibly going to be able to do here? I have to input twice. Like, okay, the only other thing that I could possibly do is, what if I replace this with open 0? Oh no, because open 0 returns an array. No, that's not good. That's not going to work. So it would have to be this. I might submit this. This is pretty good, I think. Anyway, I can shorten the math here. Absolute value of x minus a plus absolute value of y minus b. Let's see, does it tell you whether all the integers are positive? Or does it tell you if they're non-negative? Oh, no, here's a negative test case right here. Test case 5. So I think this is probably about as good as I'm going to be able to get. I'm going to submit that. I wasn't sure if one absolute value was gonna work. Because like either of the numbers could have been negative and it was those differences needed to be absolute valued. I don't know. I could be wrong though. Let me know if you can think of a way to do that with one absolute value. Okay, so while we're waiting for more solutions to come in, so what, Gigantic Bucket, should I wait for your solution or are you just not doing this one at all? This is the first dub of the day for me though. Well, actually, I don't know if it's a dub yet. Someone could come up with something less than 67. And if anyone's coding in Ruby or Bash, they probably will. Dub, dub, dub. Yeah, I said that a little bit too soon. This might not be a dub. We gotta see what other people do. Well, if you were playing Popcorn Fuel, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be a dub. But I don't know anything about these other players. So we'll just have to see what they come up with. Although it might not be worth waiting 7 minutes for. Oh, this guy right here, Willard21. He's in the lobby, and he validated a clash earlier. So maybe that means he's really good because he has like validation privileges, you know? I don't have validation privileges. How do you, Popcorn, you probably know, how do you go about becoming like a problem reviewer on Clash of Code? I'm not super interested in doing so, but I'm just curious what the process is. Oh, you just solved 50 clashes? Well, I've definitely done that. Have I not? Yeah, I've been in at least 100, according to this achievement. So where's the UI for that? How do I get there? Should we review a problem together? That could be fun. Community contributions. Oh, here we go. Let's look at something new. These already have a lot of views. Highest PAL primes. That sounds hard. I'm not going to look at that. Like PAL primes, that sounds like they're talking about like palindromic primes or something. Which, to be honest, I doubt there's very many of those. Maybe we do take a look at it. Let's have a look. Highest PAL primes. Given a number n in base 10, output the highest palindromic prime strictly lower than n. A palindromic number, yeah, it's the same if the digits are reversed. Palindromic prime is a number which is both palindromic and prime. So an integer n, single line, okay, so for 10 it's just 7. Oh, interesting. Okay, so here's some of the numbers you're supposed to be able to come up with. You gotta write code to go from this random number to the highest palindromic prime that's less than it. Which sounds hard. I mean, it's easy to naively do that, right? You can just start counting down from 82017. Every time you encounter a palindrome, you check to see if it's prime. That could work. Oh, that's what his solution is. Yeah, the solution that they submitted is interesting. So they just take the max of all the pal primes that they find. So they go through the whole range. If it's a palindrome and it's a prime. But this is so slow though. Like there's gotta be a more efficient solution. You know? Because what if you get like 10 billion as an input? This problem is gonna take forever to run, this code. But I guess for a quick fun clash, maybe that doesn't matter. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, how we doing here? Okay, people are using up all the time, so we have yet to see if anyone's going to come up with a shorter code than I have. Let's see what this person said for pal primes. Looks too complicated for a clash, especially when in Python there's no built-in into base and no isPrime. That's two functions to write. Also, when talking about bases, you should specify the base for each input line. It's unclear otherwise. Should I comment that the sample solution is not efficient if like n gets really big? I don't know if people usually care about that for like Clash of Code, but yeah, Shal, you're right. You don't have to count up. So they could rewrite this code to count down from n, and then the first one they find is good. But that's still gonna run really slow for large inputs. Let's say that you get an input of like, like he doesn't specify. Oh, he does specify a constraint. Maybe it's okay then, because if this number could go up to like trillions, then you give a number that's like multiple trillion, you could have to decrement downwards, potentially like millions or billions of times before you find the first palindromic prime. But since he's got the constraint set this way, maybe it's okay. Oh, you know, I'll give it an upvote. I'll give it an upvote. I'm not going to approve it though. I'm not going to give it the seal of approval. Okay, 1 minute till this clash ends, so everyone's hiding their character count until the very end on this one. Everyone is hiding their character count. I should do, if you guys had channel points yet, I would do a prediction to see if anyone was going to come up with less than 67. But, well, first of all, I don't know how to do a prediction yet. And second of all, I haven't had channel points long enough for anyone to have, like, any number of them, really. Okay, 30 seconds. There should be some submissions coming in soon. Is everyone really going to wait till, like, the last 5 seconds to submit? Largest prime, we know is oh, is that do you mean 2 to that number, or like literally that number minus 1? It must be 2 to that. Oh, okay. 2. Yeah. And that is a really big number. And so the thing about that kind of problem, the palindromic primes problem, is even though there's a lot of primes, the number of primes that are also palindromic, I feel like that's really rare, you know? Like you gotta check a lot of prime numbers to find just a few that are gonna be palindromes. Hey, I got the dub. Willard got a close second place with 74 characters. Courtesy got 82. 24 million digits. Yeah, that's definitely too big for a C++ long unsigned int. You'd have to use a big integer library. I wonder how they even like write code to search for primes that big. You got to have like a crazy computer to do that, I bet. But let's just take a look at how Willard did it, since he shared his code and he got a close second place. So reads the line, splits x, y. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So he did the same thing. Absolute value of x minus a plus absolute value of y minus b, because he renamed z to be math.abs. And honestly, if Willard had chosen a different language, I'm sure that he could have gotten fewer characters in this. Like, just look at how bad JavaScript is. Even if readline had been shorter, like if he could have done readline in one letter, he probably would have like tied me. Like that would have brought his character count down from 74 to 67. If he'd gone down from readline being 8 characters to readline being 1 character. And then the other thing that really sucks is that he had to write all this out. He had to write out math.abs. Granted, he only had to write it once and then he just stored it in a variable, but still, he had to write out all the characters math.abs, whereas in Python it's just abs. So it's just unfortunate. Like, you shouldn't. I've seen JavaScript win shortest mode before, but it's pretty rare in my opinion. Okay, let's go again. Let's start a fresh lobby right now. Hey, popcorn plant. I see you still have your beverages in your profile photo. I remember asking you the night that you did that whether or not those were going to become like a permanent fixture of your profile photo, and it seems like so far they are, which I can appreciate. Did you draw that yourself, by the way? Is that your own art, or did you get that that little green dude? Did you find that from somewhere else? Got it. Oh, it's cute. I like it. Oh shit, fastest mode. Not another speed one, bro. Oh god. There's way too many of these in Clash of Code. It's like speed and distance problems. Okay. An integer n, the amount of portions. 3 parameters, speed, distance, and density. Density can be light or heavy. Oh, okay, and heavy traffic increases the time by 25%. And then you're supposed to output the time in minutes. Okay. So we'll call it speed, distance, and I don't know, F for density, for no apparent reason. And we'll have our time multiplier be m. We'll have it be 1 if f equals light. Else it'll be 1.25. And then let's see, the total 0 is going to be 0, and then we're going to print the total. Total plus equals multiplier times distance over speed here. What? Oh, no. Speed over distance. Oh, what's up? Hanulak. Welcome to the stream. Am I a React master? I have written a lot of React code over the years. I don't know if I want to call myself a master, but I would call myself very, very proficient. I don't know if I've done 10,000 hours. I don't know. I might have done 10,000 hours of React, honestly. Not entirely sure. Why do you ask? Are you into React as well? Okay, what's wrong? Wait. So the time needs to be in minutes, right? Rounded up. Whereas the units we have are going to be in hours. So it needs to be times 60 at least. Okay, maybe this was distance over speed. Oh yeah, that's it. And then rounded up. So I can just seal here. Sealing. I always forget how to do this in Python. I guess I have to import math for this. Is it math.seal? There we go. Oh, fuck. The time in minutes rounded up. Wait. Okay, why do I have a precision error there now? Is it not math.round? I have a precision error or something. What? Oh, I know what the problem is. I need to do all this. I need to do the seal at the end. I need to do the seal at the end. So I don't seal until I have the final value. Yeah, there we go. Hey, third place. Not bad, we'll take it. Could you explain one thing? Oh yeah, T equals D over S, yeah. I always get that confused, so I usually end up trying both, Smikolov. I'll do like S over D. If it doesn't work, I'll try D over S. Hanulak, I don't know how to customly handle RTK query. Popcorn Fuel, you said there's multiple trips. Yeah. That's what my mistake was. My API is sending me data when status code is 500, throws error. ABT, yeah, that was what my mistake was. Thanks for pointing that out. And Hanulak, I don't know how to handle that. Oh, okay, I see Smikolov. So Hanulak, hold on a sec. I don't actually know RTK query. What is this? Okay, so this is for Redux. I am familiar with Redux. I've never used RTK query before though. But you said that the API is sending you data and... Okay, well, if the API is returning status code 500, then you must be passing it incorrect parameters or like an invalid post body or something like that. That sounds like if you're getting status code 500, that sounds like you're not calling the API properly. honestly, and I wouldn't be able to give you any more information than that without actually knowing what was going on. Is it your own API that you're calling, or are you calling an API that's managed by like someone else or some other organization? You can't integrate an API. That's what I mean. Oh shit! Put on a different hat. That's the first time that's happened. Yes, Smikolov, I will put on a different hat. Yeah, I'll go put on a different hat now. Hanulog, unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. It sounds like you're saying your front end is receiving like status code 500 from the API. And to me, that means that you're not using the API properly. Either that or the API is down, right? Or it could be broken. Oh, no. The reason I have it there is to use it. So hold on, I'll be right back. Oh shit, trivia question. Okay, yeah, we'll do a trivia question. First we're gonna talk about the hat, then I'm gonna look at these submissions. I'm gonna look at what everyone else did, and then I'll do a trivia question. Hey, so you guys recognize that? First person to tell me what that is wins. Right, you can see it properly, right? I mean, it's not it's not a really hard question, but yeah, Chrome Dinosaur game. Yep. Yeah, Chrome Dinosaur game. Correct. That was not the trivia question. Hold on a sec. I already have some prepared. I already have some trivia questions prepared. It's a cute little dinosaur. Yes. I got some hard ones, but I don't think I'm gonna do a hard one right now. Okay, so the rule for trivia, by the way, the rule for trivia is that whoever answers it correctly first in the chat gets VIP for the rest of the stream. So I will remove the VIP after the stream, but whoever answers the trivia question first gets VIP for the remainder of the stream. Okay, and you are allowed to use Google, but well, I don't know. See, that's the kind of thing that's hard to enforce. Like I could say don't use Google, but some people might. So ideally, there's people who know the answer that don't need to use Google that can answer it first. So, okay, I'm gonna tell you guys a number. I'm gonna tell you a really big number, right? Well, I'm gonna give you an approximation of a really big number, and first person to tell me why that number is significant in computer science wins. So, yeah, this is actually a question I wrote myself. I've gotten some here that I wrote myself, some that I just found on the internet. But the approximate number that you have to tell me why it's important in computer science is 9.2 quintillion. Someone tell me why that's important. Hey, ABT 8601. Well played. It is it's the upper limit of a signed 64-bit integer. I'm surprised that you guys got that so quick. And I say approximation because it's like 9.2 blah 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 blah, quintillion. But yeah, so congrats ABT. I'm gonna VIP you. ABT 8601. There you go. You are now a VIP in the chat for the remainder of the stream. Let me just write down who won that trivia question so I can fix it later. Ah, hydrate. Yeah, the channel point redemptions are coming in. Good call. Got water here. Thank you for the hydrate. Just so everyone knows, the channel points redemptions might be a little cheap right now. I'm gonna have to like mess with the prices a little bit to like get it perfect, you know? But right now everything's pretty cheap, so. Oh my goodness, put on a different hat. Yeah, I'll put on a different hat. I actually have a hat that's similar to this one, but also it's a special one. Hold on. Special hat. Oh, come on. No. Don't tell me to change the hat yet. How do I refund your most recent one? What? What's wrong with this hat? I'm a baby in the chat. You guys know what this is, right? I don't work for Google anymore, but I did. So I'm the proud owner of a Noogler hat. Hold on, did I miss any rewards? Wait, so you actually want me to get a different hat again right now? Shal Gaming, yeah, I worked there for 1.5 years. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to change the prices of the things, but let me get yet another hat. Oh my god. I did set a limit on the number of different hats per stream. Oh, another trivia question. Yes, there is another trivia question coming. Hold on. Before I do that... Hey, by the way, do you guys like my rainbow unicorn hat? So, before I do that, let me adjust the prices, because I didn't realize that it was going to be quite this frequent. A Lua question. Yeah, you get to see my... Honestly, like, my collection is not that big, so I might have to start cycling if we go through them all. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hat, I'm increasing the price of hat to 500. And I'm also going to increase the price of trivia question to 500. Okay. That should slow it down a little bit. There's also, I did put some limits, like per stream limits on these. I gotta mess with that too. Right now, Smikolov, let's do another trivia question. Rude streamer? What did I do? Oh, changing the price? Man, I don't want to keep changing hats every 5 minutes. I want to space it out, you know, maybe like 10 times per stream or something like that. Also, we didn't actually finish looking at this clash, but... Oh, cooldown. Popcorn, you're a genius. How do I do that? Cooldowns. Oh, cooldown. 15 minutes. Thanks, Popcorn. I didn't realize that was an option. Yeah, no, I just found it. I found it in the UI where you can manage your rewards and stuff. Do I need a cooldown for hydrate as well? Oh, it already had a 15-minute cooldown. Wait. I have a limit of 1 hydrate per stream? What? Hold on, let me fix that. I definitely want to hydrate more than once per stream. Hold on, now I gotta check to make sure these settings are not funky. Hold. I'm just checking on these things. Okay, I just updated the settings a little bit. Trivia question for Smeekalov. Hold on, I'm the baby in the chat. Let me just see what you sent me. Class streamer in itself, self.main equals true. Definition be rude. Print, I'm gonna... Nice. I didn't increase it that much. Like, I'm still expecting a bunch of redemptions. But also, you know, save your channel points because there's gonna be cooler redemptions in the future. Don't feel like you have to spend them all right now. Okay. Okay. This is an interesting one that I feel like someone here probably knows. I can take a look at it. Send me a paste bin. I can try to see if I'm able to figure out what's going on with it. Maybe in the chat. Okay, here's the trivia question. First person to get it right is VIP for the rest of the stream. This one is a 2-part answer. So you gotta answer both parts of the question correctly. So when? Okay, so everyone knows PHP, right? The language. Not knows how to code in it, but knows that it exists. What did PHP originally stand for? And what does it stand for now? Go. Smeekalov, that's half the answer. You guys are really close. You guys are really close. I'm not accepting any of the answers yet, but PHP, those 3 letters, what did they originally stand for? And what do those 3 letters stand for now? I'm looking for a specific thing that's really close to what you guys are saying, but that's not exactly it. Also, ABT, you should, you should use your VIP, man. Let's see your VIP badge in the chat. Tell us how your day is. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys a clue for what I'm looking for. Personal homepage is right. Personal homepage is right, but what it stands for now is not just hypertext preprocessor. What is the full thing that it stands for now? Yeah, ABT, don't answer. It doesn't count if you answer. I do think it's funny how it used to stand for personal homepage. I can also understand why they renamed it, because personal homepage is kind of a silly name for a language. Mosa Lokla, welcome to the chat. Do you know what PHP stands for? Both its original, what it originally stood for and what it stands for now. Whoever answers it first correctly gets VIP for the rest of the stream. No, not quite, not parsed. Okay, I'll give you another clue. The current, what it currently stands for is a special type of acronym. It's called a recursive acronym. No, you're just guessing now. You're just throwing darts with a blindfold on. PHP is a recursive acronym. And it definitely says it right there in the Wikipedia page for PHP. So it shouldn't be too hard to find. Oh, hey, ABT, I didn't realize you were in this clash. We're going to look at your code first. Keep trying. People hate Perl. Okay, ABT, you can answer it, and then if someone wants to copy your answer, the first person to copy it, if it's correct, will win. I'm not saying anything. Hey, I'm baby in the chat wins. PHP stands for PHP, Hypertext Preprocessor. So it's called a recursive acronym because the original word is in it. Here, I'll VIP you for the rest of the stream. I'm baby in the chat. Prepaid health plans. Smigalov, did you say that? If you said that, I missed it. No. So the reason I didn't accept your answer is because you were missing the first part of the acronym. You said Hypertext Preprocessor. But it needs to be PHP Hypertext Preprocessor. PHP is literally what the P stands for. Sorry about that, Smigalov. You'll get another chance. You'll get another chance. Okay, let's actually look at these submissions now. Oh, okay. You sent me your C++ code. Let me look at these submissions first, because ABT won. Congrats on the win, ABT. So I think everyone's probably going to have a pretty similar approach. So you grab the input, you convert the speed and the distance to a number. Then you get the time, which is d over s. And then if it's a heavy traffic area, you multiply it by 1.25. And then you do that. Yeah. Sheesh. I actually do need to add some Lua questions to my trivia because especially because Popcorn, you're a Lua person. Let me make a note to do that. I definitely don't have any Lua questions yet. I got my little notepad here that I'm writing some stuff down in. Maybe you are missing the fault case. Oh, you're already looking at the code? Oh, I was just finishing up on the clash first. So speed, distance, density, you match it with a regex. Ooh, wait, so you do %d and it automatically converts it to a number for you. That's nice. Is that what that's doing? So, and if it's heavy, then you do times 1.25. And then, oh, okay, so your solution, you convert it to minutes every loop, but that works fine as well, obviously. And you just seal it at the end. Makes sense? It finds all the digits. But then how are you doing math with it, though? So you're saying that read.match doesn't make SP and DI a number type? Because if it doesn't do that, how are you doing math here? Oh, okay, so Lua does like some kind of weird coercion in that situation that I haven't been familiar with before. What are we congratulating Popcorn for? Second place? Okay, anyway, so that's how Popcorn solved it. We also have my code, which is basically the same as everyone else's. Oh yeah, and I'm multiplying by 60 every loop as well. Whereas I think you could just multiply by 60 at the end. But anyway. Yeah, I'm baby in the chat. I'm about to look at your code. Hold on a sec. Let's just see what Willard21 did. Speed distance. Wait. Console.error? Oh, that's cool. So if you console.error, that doesn't count towards what you're printing. I didn't realize you could do that. Because otherwise you would have gotten the wrong answer for that. Oh, I'm saying you as if Willard's in the chat, but I don't think he is. Then we got this. There's the math. Everyone figured out that for heavy you could just multiply by 1.25, which is nice. Okay, let's take a look at this. C and A, C and B. I is A. Oh yeah, this needs to be I is less than B. Yeah, the AB2. I think people are already pointing it out, baby, in the chat. But you want your for loop to keep running until I is less than B, or less than or equal to if you want to include B. And then you're C outing what the digit is. And then if it's higher, so basically if it's 10 or greater, you're printing out whether it's odd or even. Nice. Glad your code works. Okay, let's get back to it. We had a little, we were distracted with some channel point redemptions. Let's join the next one. Okay, I'm joining the lobby now for anyone who wants to play. Oh, hey, Clad. What's up? That's cool that you're in France. I don't know if I've had any French viewers yet, but welcome in. Glad you found the stream. We're playing Clash of Code. If you're interested, you're more than welcome to join. Yeah, which part of France? Which part of France? Which part of France and what brings you to the stream? I assume you've got at least some interest in coding. If you found yourself in a coding stream like this one. Yeah, hello from New Jersey. Hello from California, everyone. Oh, Marseille. I'm going to mispronounce that. I apologize. Marseille? Marseille? Let's see where that is. Everyone's going to see where you are. cool. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, I see. You're in the south of France. So this is how far it is from Paris. Although, that's not really that far, is it? Like, in Europe, you can, like, drive across countries and through countries, and about the same amount of time it takes you to drive to different states in the US. Shit, we're going in, we're going in. Mosaloga, you're from Syria and Germany, that's cool. Welcome to the chat as well. 8 hours of road from Paris, that's not too bad. Have you made that trip before? I assume that you've probably made it multiple times. Like, who wouldn't want to go to Paris when you're that close to it? Then again, for someone who's from France, going to Paris is probably not quite as exciting as it is for people from other countries. Given decimal number, convert to binary. Oh, really? You gonna make us do all this junk? I'm starting to get in a LeetCode mood now, because these problems are annoying me a little bit. Okay, so this is binary with the last digit removed. Convert to octal. How do you do that? Python int to octal? Oh, there's an oct function. Bro. So I can just do octs right here. And remove the last digit. Hold on, let's just see what it is first. Okay, it's the same range. Convert to hex. Oh my god. Print the result in decimal. How's this for some readable Python code? Oh. How do I... Python... Oh, right, I have to... Shit, do I have to do that for all of them? Hey, there it is. Boom, there it is. Third place. I'm pretty happy with that. Honestly, I'm baby in chat, it's not as impressive as it looks. So I'm literally doing exactly what the instructions said. So I'm taking the input, converting it to binary, removing the last one, which is what this does. Then I'm reinterpreting it as an int in base, so you know, with a int function call. Then I convert it to oct, and I do the same thing. I remove the last character, then I reinterpret it as an int again from base 8, and then I just do the exact same thing in hex. So it's just like a bunch of nested function calls. This is actually like really ugly, but that's the way I came up with to do it. I'm assuming that Nordy and ABT probably came up with something similar. Well, let's just wait a little bit longer. I missed some comments. Plaid, you said Marseille is near Montpellier, the city where coding game was created. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize coding game was a French invention. That's awesome. Oh, there's a short way to do all this? Well, if you did the short way in your code, I'm sure I'll see it very soon. And then I'm maybe in the chat, you think you're going to go back to Python until you're familiar with it, C++, C script. That's what I would recommend. Like, keep practicing Python, get really good at it. Although, to be fair, your C++ code was not bad. Like, you had all the syntax right. And like, the mistake that you made in your for loop, that's something that you could easily do in any language. You're just having like the for loop end condition wrong. Was it efficient? Was your code efficient for the, hold on, let me open it again. I don't know if there's a faster way to do exactly what you were doing. So all your code is doing is it's iterating across a range. So you have A is the lower end of your range, B is the higher end of your range. You iterate across the range after fixing this, obviously. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say your code is efficient. Usually efficiency is relative to like what problem you're solving. In this case, the problem you're solving is printing all the digits that are when the number is less than 10. Otherwise printing odd or even. So I guess yeah, I would say your code is pretty efficient here. We'll say this is a linear time algorithm. Well done. Okay, let's look at the submissions. Popcorn plant still clashing, which tells me that this is probably not the easiest thing to do in Lua. I guess you could say I'm a professional programmer. There it is, I agree. Are you a professional programmer? Oh no, you said you're in high school, but I assume that you aspire to be a professional programmer. Which if you're still in high school and you're already learning to code, that seems like something that's very reasonable to happen in the future. A lot of people don't start coding till college, or at least back in my day, people didn't start coding till college often, and they still ended up being professional developers. So if you're getting started in high school, that's way better. Popcorn, you don't miss with non-decimal numbers ever? Yeah, fair enough. Once you see how I did it and how other people did it, I treated it just as like a bunch of nested function calls. You know, going from int to binary, back to int, then to oct, then back to int, then to hex. Oh, Moso Lockley, you're in middle school? Well, that's even better. Learn how to code in middle school. If you learn how to code in middle school, you're going to be extremely proficient by the time you're like actually looking for a job. Okay, I guess we can just start looking at some of the submissions here. Popcorn, I believe in you though. You're gonna get this one. Let's see how Gnordy did it. Yeah, it is amazing how you can learn new things when you're young. Dude, one of the things that I regret not learning as a child was reading music. Because I'm like pretty into music. I play several instruments and stuff. Guitar primarily, but I play a few other instruments as well. And like I literally am terrible at reading music. Whereas if I had, you know, learned that when I was in middle school or even earlier, being a musician nowadays would just be a million times easier, you know? I mostly just read chord charts and guitar tabs. Like I know how to read a staff, but I just can only read it really slowly. I have to like look at the note and be like, E, F, G, you know, I gotta count up. Baby in the chat, you think I look like your uncle? That's cool. I do not have a brother, no. Mosolokla, in 10 minutes I have to go to school. Yeah, Mosolokla mentioned earlier that he's in, he or she is in Syria. So it's a wildly different time zone from the one the rest of us are in. More similar, I think, to Clad Ask. You're from Lebanon? I thought you said you were in New Jersey. Oh, you moved from Lebanon to New Jersey? Okay, let's take a look now. Gnordy. Yeah, Gnordy did my exact code, except he coded it up faster, which is important. And he did it on, he did it like one at a time, which is probably less error prone than what I did. Like if I had messed up anything in if I had messed up anything in this mess, it would have been a pain to try to debug. So what Gnordy did is smarter, just especially since it's not shortest mode, you know, just do the algorithm one step at a time. Baby in the chat, I'm from Lebanon and I'm in California. Nice. Oh, Shal Gaming, you're from Jersey. I see. I'm gonna try to remember details about members of the chat, but I might fail to do so. Masalakla, you live in Qatar. Nice. Yeah, you can send me a clip of the streamer I look like. You made a joke from South Park. It's a Jersey. Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's how I was confused. Is there a lot of web developer jobs in the USA? Yes. Basically, any job in the tech industry, there's a lot of jobs in the US. Web development, you know, embedded software engineering, DevOps, product management, you know, like back-end experts, network experts, security experts, like anything like that. Like if you get really good at it and you get maybe some credentials, you can probably find a job in the US for sure. Okay, let me take a look at this clip. Is this safe for the stream? Oh, you think I look like that guy? What game is he playing? It looks like some old Command and Conquer shit. But yeah, I guess he looks kind of like me. I don't know. I never really think about who I look like, but I'll have to take your word for it. Hey, Sonny bro, what's up? Welcome in again. That was StarCraft 2. Gotcha. Clad, my dream is to be better in English and work in the USA. Well, it seems to me like your English is pretty good already. So, yeah. Yeah, you can definitely get a job here. It's easier if you have like a degree, but that's becoming less of a requirement now than it used to be. I don't think you should have to have a degree. Oh, popcorn. That was sad. Mosulaka, Qatar, not Syria. Gotcha. Okay, I don't think I finished looking at the code. Oh my goodness. ABT. Can you write us a mathematical paper explaining why? Can you write us a math paper explaining why? That's genius. Oh, I understand. I understand why this works. So I guess that same rule just applies to the rest of them? Man, that's smart. Yeah, so if you do integer division by 2, you're chopping off so it's like a bit shift, right? Anytime you do integer division by 2 in any programming language, you're essentially taking the binary numbers and shifting them to the right by 1. I could explain that in more detail if anyone wants me to, but it didn't occur to me, well, first of all, it didn't occur to me to use that, but it also didn't occur to me that you can just apply that same rule to the other bases. So ABT 8601, really nice work. You see this popcorn? What is this? This is genius, that's what this is. ABT, you're very deserving of that VIP, even though it's a trivia VIP, so it's a temporal, but this is some really cool code. Really cool idea. Shell Gaming, do you think a lot of CRUD development will get automated in coming decades, or maybe require fewer developers? I feel like things, GPT-3 would make a lot of CRUD development very easy. Baby in the chat. Technically, no, you don't deserve your VIP, but that's okay. You still, like, per the rules of the game that I put forward, you did deserve it. So, I don't actually know GPT-3. What is this? OpenAI. Natural language tasks. Okay. Translate natural language to code. I mean, from a high level, I do think that I think that our jobs are going to get easier because of advances in technology, but I don't think we're going to become unnecessary. Like, we're going to be able to utilize that technology to solve even harder problems faster. Oh yeah, Maso Lakla, I have channel point redemptions for trivia questions. And if you answer it first, and you answer it first person to answer it correctly, then it's VIP for the rest of the stream. ABT, take a look at GitHub Copilot. Assist users of Visual Studio Code by auto-completing code, currently available by subscription. Bro, I'm not paying for that. Why is it not free? The tool was first announced by GitHub. Oh, this is a recent thing. Cool. June 2021. Yeah, I need to keep up with stuff like this that's happening in the industry. And it works best for Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, Ruby, and Go. That's pretty awesome. I mean, I don't think I would pay for it. If they had like a free version so that I could test it out, I would try it out. That sounds really, really cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna, how long have I been live? 2 hours? I'm gonna do one more clash. So anyone who wants to join for one more clash, let's do it now. And then after that clash, I'm gonna transition and I'm gonna try to solve a few LeetCode questions. So let's join the next lobby so that there's enough room. So in a minute, or whenever these people flush out, we'll join the new lobby. Free technical preview. I mean, I already have, like, Visual Studio Code already has pretty good autocomplete for a lot of like languages and frameworks. But I'm assuming this is like next level. Does it like complete entire lines of code for you? Because that's kind of scary, but also kind of awesome. Oh. Wait. No. Leave the lobby. I didn't join yet. No. I'm baby. We're not in. I'm not in the lobby yet. We're joining the next lobby. Quickly click leave. Quickly click leave. Okay, now we're going in. Now we're going in. Hopefully you didn't go. Okay, good. Yeah. There. Hey, what's up? Look, I can follow you right here. Is there a way to chat? I don't think there's a way to chat within coding game or Clash of Code. No. If you want other people in the lobby to see something, the best thing to do is put it in a comment in your code and get first place. Because a lot of people will at least open up the first place person's code. So, yeah, you can copy my code. I mean, depending on what the clash is, I might not even get it. We'll have to see. Shall Gaming, there's a Danish LeetCode streamer, Guardsman Bob. He uses GitHub Copilot while doing LeetCode problems. Woo! How expensive is it? I don't know if I want to pay for something like that, but if it's like really good and it's inexpensive, I might check it out. Oh, there's a Discord. Fastest mode. Oh, it's Clash of Reading again, guys. Sasuke Wifey? Is that an okay pronunciation of your name? Thank you for the follow. Thanks for being in the stream. Appreciate you being here. This is the last Clash of Code of the day, and then I'm going to be doing some LeetCode. But if you wanted to do Clash of Code with us, next stream I'll start off with more Clash of Code. You're a scientist observing the life cycle of a simple ecosystem composed of rabbits and foxes. You observed that the populations are predictable. Each month, if the rabbit population was over 12 times the fox, each fox eats 3 rabbits. Then the fox population increases by 20%. Otherwise, each fox after each month, if the temperature ranges between 20 and 35 degrees, the remaining rabbit population doubles. Otherwise, it decreases by 10%, keeping only the integer part. Oh, I don't want to do this. Okay, I'm glad this is the last one. I think for this one, just simulating the generations. Let's see. Rabbits, foxes, n the month at which you want to predict, and then n integers representing the temperature at months 0 to n minus 1. Yeah, I'm maybe in the chat. This is not a fun one to start with. I'm not gonna lie. Like, too much reading, and it's just gonna boil down to a loop where you like adjust the sizes of the populations. Okay, so ABT, congrats on the quick win again. As you can see, I'm not making much progress on my solution. Oh. Each fox eats 3 rabbits. And then the fox population increases by 20%. Otherwise, each fox eats 1 rabbit. And the fox population decreases by 10%. Okay, and then there's the temperature part. After each month, if the temperature ranges between, okay. The remaining rabbit population doubles. Okay, is that it? Okay, oh, what? Oh, fuck. I got like a precision error. Props on the people who got it. ABT, Popcorn, Willard. Where's my precision error? Oh. Do I have to do int here as well? Yeah, that's it. Right. Yeah, thanks, AB2. That makes sense. Can't have 0.2. Oh, thanks for the hydrate clad ask. No, baby in the chat, don't quit. Just do this. Like, I feel bad for you, baby in the chat, because some of the problems are more fun, less annoying than that one. This is one of the problems that I would classify as an annoying problem. Yeah, you don't have to copy it, obviously, but it's just like, I think of this as a simulation problem. So they give you the rules of what's supposed to happen each month, and so you just iterate through each month, one month at a time in the for loop, and you just simulate exactly what they say is supposed to happen. So, like, if you read it's kind of like a word problem, right, from middle school or high school or whatever. Like, if you read the words and it just translates to these if statements. But I agree with you that one was annoying. Clad ask, you're a monster. I don't know about that, man. I got 4th place. There's 3 people who are demonstrably more monstrous than I was for that last one. Okay, I can look at what other people did. Yeah, I mean, there's probably not a lot of exciting code to look at, to be honest. So ABT, same idea. Iterating through the months, and then you have your cases, which is just the exact cases that... Oh, I forgot that you can do this in Python. I need to remember that. That could be useful for shortest mode for sure. So I did like temperature is, you know, greater than 20 and temperature is less than 35. But I forgot in Python you can combine that. And so you handled your rounding. Oh, you handled your like your integer truncation in a nifty way here. So this one right here is for the 20% increase, right? 20% increase. So you multiply it by 6 and then you, oh, okay, yeah, I see. So you multiply it by 6, that gives you potentially, oh no, it's gonna give you an int, and then you do a integer division with the double slash. That's a smart way to do it too. And you do the same thing for this one. This is the decrease by 10%. This one is decreased by 10%. Very nice. That didn't take you very long. 2 minutes and 45. Clad, you said, do you think that practicing sport is important for coding? Like, I assume you're talking about like athletic sports, like soccer and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, any kind of physical exercise is going to be good for your brain. I say that, and I'm reminding myself as I say it because I don't exercise anywhere near as much as I should. The most exercise I got today was I went out for a walk and bought a coffee. Okay, popcorn plant. Let's see the code. Ew, bro. Ew. And I say it in the most loving way, but ew. What in the world? Honestly, you know what would have made it a lot better? Just, you could, like what I did, I renamed rabbits to R, foxes to F, and like these lines of code would have been like 30 times shorter. But yeah, so obviously it's just the same idea, right? You go through each month one at a time. Here's your first if else, which is for like the 12 times whatever it was, 12 times the fox population. And then you have the second if statement for the temperature check. Nice though, nice. You're doing another truncation at the end, truncating the floating point portion. We can see Willard's code. I mean, they're all just gonna look the same. You just go through the months, you check, you do what they said you're supposed to do each month, and then you get your answer. Two statements next to each other without a separator. What's an example of that? Oh, like this. Yeah, that is kind of cool. Like, how does it know? Yeah, I guess the syntax of the language is interesting because it is kind of cool that you can do that. I agree. My code, it's basically the same. Fisherman Raft decided not to share their solution. Okay. Well, that's my last clash for the day. I'm not done streaming though. I'm gonna go and solve some LeetCode questions. But I enjoyed the clashes. Anyone who participated in the clashes or was watching the clashes, lurking, I appreciate it. If you're only here for Clash of Code, then I'll understand if you're no longer here when I start LeetCode. That makes sense. But yeah, I'm gonna switch over to LeetCode now. So, bloop, there we go. This is the first LeetCode question. I like Lua for two main reasons. One, every single thing is a table. Two, there's nearly zero syntax. I need to learn more about the whole table thing because you've said table in here a lot. Yeah, hi LeetCode. You keep talking about Lua tables, and I'm still not exactly sure what that is. But I guess it's just everything, right? That's what you said. Every single thing is a table. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna start solving LeetCode problems. These first two, I definitely know how to do. Minimum path sum, I know I can do that. Maximal square, I know I can do that. But then there's a couple of harder ones here that I'm not entirely sure if I remember how to do. So that'll be interesting to see if I get to them and how many of them I get to and how many of them I actually solve. But before I start actually coding in LeetCode, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. So my apologies for that, but yeah, just give me like between 2 and 5 minutes, and then I'll be back and I'll solve some LeetCode questions. So BRB. Yo, what's up? I'm back. Yeah, I agree with Popcorn. I'm baby in the chat. Don't look at that as failure. Look at that as learning, progress. Honestly, even getting that close to a solution for your first ever Clash of Code is impressive. Okay. Minimum path sum. This is a pretty standard DP problem. So we're minimizing the path. So we're trying to get from the top left to the bottom right. So this is one of those algorithms where we can go in reverse from the bottom left. And if we're trying to find the minimum path, cost path to the bottom right, it's going to be whatever the minimum of the minimum path to the top cell is, plus the value in the top cell, So the minimum of all that and the minimum path to the left cell plus the value of the left cell. So that's how I'm going to code it up. If anyone wants me to explain that more, I can. So first let's just get our dimensions. So this is going to be grid.size, and then M is going to be grid0.size. And I think for this one, it probably makes sense to have a separate table. Oh no, sorry, I said that wrong. We actually start from the top right. Top left, no, not top right. So we're gonna have a DP array, vector of ints, DP. Yeah, top to, I think this one, I was mistaken. This one needs to be top left to bottom right, because we're going to be calculating the minimum path to everything first, before we get to the bottom left. And then once we get to the bottom left, we'll already know what the minimum path is to what's above it and what's to the left of it. So, and then DP, let's just start typing stuff. So so I'm gonna have a double nested for loop that goes from the top left to the bottom right. So int j is 0, j is less than m, plus plus j. And then once I get to the bottom, once I'm done, the answer is gonna be in dp of n-1, m-1. That's the answer. So we got to handle our boundary cases here. There's probably a way I could code it that I don't need to do that. But let's just do it this way. If we're in the top left, we'll handle that specifically. Right, so if we're in the very top left, then the minimum cost path to get there is just the value that's already there. Yeah, it is similar to unique paths. This one is like up next, like on the list. So I didn't choose these problems randomly. I'm still sort of going through the DP study plan here on LeetCode. So I completed all the way up to I completed day 15, even though it doesn't look like it. I did these and everything above it. So now technically I'm doing day 16, which is minimum path sum maximal square. And those are the exact problems that I have lined up for today. Aw, no, I'm baby in the chat. I love to have you here. I love how active you are in the chat. It makes it much more exciting. You know, I could just be sitting here coding and no one's saying anything. And I'm not going to lie, that would be a lot more boring. And yeah, I do hope that that you can learn from being here as well. Okay, so we handled that. We handled the top left cell just by itself. Now what we can do is handle if we're in the top row. If we're in the top row, then I equals 0. And that's a really easy case as well. Let's say that we're trying to calculate the minimum path cost, the cost of the minimum path to get to this 3 right here. It's just whatever the minimum cost was for the left cell plus the value in the cell. So dp of ij is just equal to dp of I j minus 1 plus grid of ij. So here's a nicer way. Well, we can clean it up a little bit by doing this. Every cell in the DP is going to have at least the value of the number in the grid at that position. So we can just start off dp of ij at that number, and then we can add to it. So these if statements will add to it. So now this if statement doesn't actually have to do anything. And now this one is dp of ij plus equals the cost to get to the cell that's to the left. And then the case for j being 0, that means we're in the first column. So all we do is we look at the cell above, which is dp of I minus 1j. And then the last case, which is arguably the crux of the problem, the most interesting part, is if we're not on the top row or the leftmost column, then we have to take the min of the shortest path or the min cost path for getting to the cell above and the cost for getting to the cell to the left. So here it's going to be the min, and it's going to be the min of these two. So it's the min of the cell to the left, which is I j minus 1, and then the cell above, which is I minus 1j. That might work. Let's try that. Okay, we're passing one example test case. Okay, we're passing both of the example test cases. Let's add another test case here. For example, we could have a cell, we could have something like this. I can try to explain it a little bit better. I'm just trying to add some more test cases here. Let's see what those give me. Yeah, so that's all right. Okay, there we go. So there's probably a way to space optimize this. If you just go all the way to the right and then the bottom. No, that's not what the code is doing. The code is finding the minimum cost path from the top left to the bottom right. So you have the grid, right? You have the grid, and you're trying to get from here down to here. And one thing that's important to keep in mind is you're only allowed to move to the right or down. You're only allowed to move to the right or down. So because you're only allowed to move to the right or down, the last move you make to get to the bottom right is going to be either from above. You're either going to come from here or you're going to come from here. So in order to calculate the minimum cost path to get to the bottom right, it's going to be either the minimum cost path to get here plus what's in the bottom right in the original input cell, or it could be the minimum cost path to get here. So dp of ij in my code, that equals the minimum, so it equals the cost of the min cost path to reach ij. The cost is the numbers, yeah, but The cost is not these original numbers. Like if you look at this example diagram right here with you look at like the orange cells, the cost of the orange cells is 7, right? 1 plus 3 plus 1. So each time you jump to a new cell, you incur a penalty for going to that cell, and the penalty you incur is the number that's in the cell at that index. So what I'm storing in my DP array is not the values in the original matrix, but it's the cost to get there. So a simple example would be, like if we have, let's say that we have this grid. We have 1, 2, 1, 0, right? So in the DP array, I would end up with this: 1, 3, 2, 2. And that's because whenever I'm filling in this bottom right cell here, I'm getting the min of the value in the cell above and the value in the cell to the left. So the min of those two is 2. And because the cost of that cell is 0, you end up with 2 here. So that's how you do that one. That one was kind of a warm-up. Let's see. So if we wanted to space optimize this, we would have to traverse in a different order. But I don't think I'm going to go into that. So your algorithm goes through each cell, finding the lowest one. Yeah, basically. So I'm trying to calculate the minimum cost to get to every cell. And in doing so, once I've finished doing that, I'll know what the minimum cost is to get to the bottom right cell. So in my DP array, I store the minimum cost to get to that cell. And then I'm able to reuse that information when when that cell is like jumping to a different cell. That's kind of the idea behind it. So this is a really interesting thing though. If I wanted to space optimize this, which is absolutely not necessary for this problem, I would have to traverse in a different order. So right now my code is traversing this way, right? Until I get to the bottom right down here. If I wanted to space optimize it, I would have to do this cell, then these 2 cells, then these 3 cells. So basically I would have to traverse it this way. And then I would only have to keep track of potentially the size of the longest diagonal, the main diagonal, but that's not really worth doing in this problem. So that's that one. I'm not going to spend too much time on that one. That's the minimum path sum. Let's move on to maximal square. This one I also know how to do. This is actually a cool one. And for those of you who are familiar with the great streamer that he is, Midnight Simon, he actually solved this problem in binary search. I think it was like earlier this week or last week. So let me just get some of this boilerplate stuff out of the way, and then I'll try to explain what the approach is. I've been doing these types of problems for a long time, so especially like that previous problem I'm maybe in the chat and this problem, these two are a review. So I'm familiar with the algorithms for these, so it didn't take me much to do. But some of these problems coming up, I don't remember how to do. Like, hopefully I'll be able to figure it out, but I don't already have it like in my head, like exactly what I'm supposed to do. The only thing I know is that it is DP, so vector let's create another DP array, vector of int DP n m, and for this one we need our answer. So the idea behind this one is dp of ij in this problem represents something else. It represents the size of the largest square of ones with cell ij in the bottom right. So, for example, and by size, I mean like, not the area, I mean like the size, the length of one of the sides of the squares. Shall Gaming. So the problem that you're solving is harder than this. In this problem, it only wants the largest square. There is an algorithm to calculate the size of the largest rectangle. And in example 1, the size of the largest rectangle would be 6. But this problem specifically just wants you to find the size of the largest square, which actually makes the solution a lot easier. That simplifies it significantly. I don't remember off the top of my head what the approach is for finding the size of the largest rectangle of ones. I think it uses a stack. I think it uses like a monotonic stack. But off the top of my head, I don't remember what the exact implementation is. But yeah, for this problem, all we care about is the largest square containing only ones. So the red square and the green square both technically qualify. So as long as you return 4, you're good. This needs to be answer times answer. So as we're iterating through the grid, we're going to be calculating, like we're going to be at index ij, right? So when we're at index ij, we're going to be able to use our previously calculated, square sizes to figure out what is the size of the largest square with ij in the bottom right. Then once we know that, we'll just max it against the answer. So at any point, answer is just keeping track of the maximum square we've seen. But because answer is not storing the area, answer is storing the side length. We just have to square the answer at the end. So answer times answer. So I'll try to explain more about what I'm doing as I go. I equals 0, I is less than n, plus plus I. Just get the boilerplate in real quick. How should you learn them? Honestly, my best advice for that is start small. Like, go to the problems page on LeetCode and sort them by easy problems. Go here, click easy. If you want to make them even easier, you can sort by the acceptance rate. And so you click acceptance, and now these problems here are the problems marked as easy that have the highest acceptance rate. Just start with those. And then as you progress, like you don't have to do all of these. Just do like a few. If you start getting really comfortable with getting the easy problems accepted, start moving on to medium, stuff like that. And what will happen is you'll come up against problems that you don't know how to do. And what I do when I've spent a while looking at a problem and absolutely can't figure it out, what I do is I take a look at the solution. Not to cheat, but I take a look at the solution to like learn from it. So a lot of problems on LeetCode have like an actual essay, not an essay, but the solution is like written out in a way to try to explain how it works. And so what you want to do is start reading through those and reading the explanations and understanding them. And you'll start coming up against common algorithms. As you do that, you'll come up against like some dynamic programming, you'll come up against some graph theory, and you just want to kind of learn the stuff as you go. Don't focus too much on creating a list of algorithms you want to learn and you know, trying to learn them without having the fundamentals down. It's kind of what I'm trying to say. So let's look a little bit at how this one will work. This one's a little bit different. So dp of ij, as I already put in the code, dp of ij represents the size of the largest square of ones with cell ij in the bottom right corner of it. So let's say that we're looking at a cell. We're looking at this cell, and we know this is ij, right? What we want to calculate for ij is the size of the largest square that that has ij in its bottom right. But up here we have I minus 1j, right? We have this already calculated because of the way that we're looping through it. And here we have ij minus 1. We have this also already calculated. So let's say that this is 3. So if I minus 1j equals 3, if the dp is 3 there, that means that we have like a square of like size 3 here. Right, let me know if that makes sense. We have a square of size 3 here. Let's say that j minus 1, let's say that this equals 2. Let me draw this in a different color. If this cell equals 2, then we have like a 2 by 2 square of all ones right here. So we can use the 2 and the 3 to figure out the size of the square with ij in the bottom right. And basically it's going to be the min of these, right? So if you have 3 here, you know what that means. You can see that there's a grid, a square of all ones with I minus 1j in the bottom right. And if you have a 2 here, then you have this square of ones here. But the answer for ij, it's going to be, I think it's going to be the min of these two numbers, in the one above and the one to the left, plus 1. Yeah, so you take the 2, and if you add 1 to it, you actually discover that there's a square of, yeah, I'm kind of like reviewing this also as I'm explaining it. You take the 2, yeah, and you know that there's going to be, that there's ones up here, because if this value is smaller than this value, then there has to be like ones up here. So you take the min and you add 1, and that's the formula. Let's try to code that up. So I'm going to code this one up similar to how I coded up the other ones, where I have 3 cases where I have a special case for the top left, I have a special case for the top row, and I have a special case for the leftmost column. You don't actually have to do it this way all the time. What a lot of people do is they'll create their DP grid as one larger than the input, and they'll just like add padding. They'll basically put like all zeros or something around the edge. Yeah, that would work in this case. You put all zeros above the top row. You can put all zeros to the left of the leftmost column, and then you don't have to do boundary checking. Well, you know what? Maybe I should just do it that way. I don't do it that way very often. So we'll make our DP array one larger on both dimensions than the input grid. Hey, YUI text emoticon face. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. As you can see, I'm solving a LeetCode problem. In this case, it's LeetCode 221 Maximal square. You know what's funny? I read your name as YUI, and it reminds me of a front-end framework. that used to be really popular, like a front-end JavaScript framework that is kind of like way past its prime now. So if you look up like YUI front-end, I don't know, if I just search for this, it should come up. Yeah. Yeah, this is it right here, YUI. It was created by Yahoo, the company. But this was like, don't use this. This is old now. Use something new like React, Angular, or you know, Vue or Svelte. But you used to be able to use this to solve similar problems in your front end. So what it actually stands for is Yahoo User Interface. And I actually worked at a company a while back that used that. But I doubt that that's what you're named after. Your name just like made me think of that. Okay, so we're doing it this way now. So my DP dimensions are 1 larger, so I'm going to initialize everything to 0. New to programming, should I be watching algorithms? Yeah, if you can follow along, then it doesn't hurt to watch. If you're watching and you don't have a clue what's happening, then I don't know if it's the most beneficial learning experience, but yeah, I mean, it's all about what you're getting out of it. Like if you can watch and you're learning something along the way, then it's valuable. If you're watching and you're not learning anything, then it's not valuable. I try to keep the stream educational though, so feel free to ask questions. What I'm doing right now, I wouldn't really consider like beginner programming, but there's beginner concepts. Like here's a for loop, you know what I mean? Okay, so because of what I'm doing with the DP array, every time I index into it, I have to add 1 to I and j. So DP of I plus 1, j plus 1 equals the min 1 plus the min of DP of I j plus 1. So I j plus 1 looks up 1 row. And DP of I plus 1j. Yeah, so the only reason I don't like doing it this way is because the indices into the DP array become more confusing. But you can do it this way. The other thing to check is that so at any cell, the only way that there's the DP of ij is greater than 0 is if the number in the input grid at that cell is 1, right? If you're, like, let's say that you're looking at this cell right here, there's no square of psi of all 1s with this cell in the bottom right, because this is a 0. So in that case, it's actually really simple. We can just check it. So if a sub ij is not equal to 1, in other words, if it's 0, we can actually just continue. And we don't have to do anything because we've already initialized the entire DP array to zeros. Then the last thing to do is to update our answer as we go. So answer is the max of answer and the DP that we just calculated. Okay, so that didn't quite work. Let's here, this is what I want to do right now. Let's start by looking at this test case, and then if we get that test case working, we can come and look at the larger test case. So I'm just going to copy all those away, and let's just look at 0, 1, 1, 0. Okay, so we get that. So now what I want to do is use the debugger. Okay, so for the top left, we'll just skip. When we come back in, we have a 1. Oh, the inputs are strings. Look at that. So my code is very blatantly not working because you get a vector of chars. That's what the problem is. Not strings, sorry. The input is a vector of chars. So I just need to have a single quotes around the 1. Okay, now we passed that test case. Let's try all of these test cases now. Okay. Yeah, I think we're probably good. Submit. Oh shit. There's a bug. You spoke too soon, YUI. I'm not cracked because I failed a test case. But I know that my code is close. We just got to figure out what's not quite right. Okay, so I'm saying the answer is 9. The expected answer is 4. Okay, well the answer is obviously not 9. Okay, let's look at this test case and see what's supposed to be happening. So let's just line this up so we can see. Okay. Yeah, so the answer is supposed to be 4 because there's actually 2 4s, 2 squares of size 4 in here. Yeah, thanks YUI. I'll try. So my code is computing 9, so I've got some sort of error here. Okay, so it's important to note that even though it looks like I'm off by 5, I'm actually only off by 1. Because my code thinks it's finding a square where the side length is 2. My code thinks it's finding a square where the side length is 3. So 3 squared would be 9. That's the area, because you're supposed to return the area. But it actually found 1. It's wrong because it counted 1 higher than it should have. It should have only found a square with side length of 1. Okay, so let's do this. Let's debug again and see what happens. Okay, so here's IJ right here, 0, 0. So we would expect to get a 1 here, which is correct. And so our answer goes to 1. Let's just step through a bunch. Let's see when it finds its first 2. Hold on a sec. Here, I got to do this so that I can see. I want to be able to see the entire DP array. So let's see when it finds its first 2. And let's see where that is. So all these numbers in the DP array are being increased to 1 because it's finding squares of side length 1. But at some point, oh, there we go. So it just found a 2. Okay. Yeah. It just found a 2 here, which is right. Okay. So where's it finding a 3 then? I need to see where it thinks the 3 is. Okay, so found a 2. Oh, okay, here. This is wrong. This 2 right here is wrong. It's probably a little hard to see. But this 2 right here, my code thinks that this one... Oh. So if these 2 cells are equal, I have to check this cell, right, to see if it's a 1. I think that's what I'm missing. Oh, Midnight Simon, hey dude, welcome. I just saw your message. You think you see my bug? Oh, Midnight Simon, when I started this problem, like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes ago, I pointed out that I saw you solve this on stream like a week ago. Again, it's just coincidence. I promise I'm not copying your problem choices. The reason I'm solving this right now is because it's on my DP study plan. But I do remember you solving the same problem on your stream the other week. The other day, it was like a week ago maybe. You think you see my bug? Well, that's good to know. You might have to tell me what it is. But first, let me see here. Yeah, it's a good problem. It's a good problem for sure. This is my second DP problem of the day. I solved one a little earlier. Yeah, I solved this one, minimum path sum. This one was straightforward. So now this one's a little trickier. But the problem is, so my code thinks that this one right here is the bottom left or is the bottom right of a square of 1s of size 2. But that's not correct because there's no 1 here. So maybe I think what I need to do is if the DP at this cell and the DP at this cell are equal, then I have to check to see if this is a 1. Wait, can you tell me if I'm right? Tell me if I'm right. Like, if my DP at this cell and my DP at this cell are equal, so in this case they would both be 1, I would have to check this cell to see if it's a 1, right? I kind of want to code that up and see if it fixes it. Now, there might be a nicer way to write it. So I need this +1 here is not. I only want to do 1 plus conditionally. So here, let me just try to code that up real quick. Are you giving me a thumbs up because that's it? Hold on, I'm debugging right now. Midnight Simon, thanks for stopping in, dude. I saw you were streaming earlier. Hope you had a good stream. I'm assuming it was a pretty standard stream schedule. Did you do some binary search and then some coin flips, or did you mix it up today? Let me know what you did. Nice. That's awesome, dude. Okay, so if these are equal... Okay, first of all, if they're not equal, I'm pretty sure this line of code is right. Like, I drew this out before, so I kind of got it in my head that if they're not equal, I could take the smaller one and I just add 1 to it. That seems like it should always work. But if they are equal, then DP of this equals it equals either of them plus ternary, where we're gonna do 1 or 0, and we want to add 1 to it. Okay, so what's the index of this now? If Oh, okay, so I can actually just do plus that, but I gotta figure out what these indices are. So this is gonna be I minus gathering points for future bets. Oh, Simon, by the way, I unlocked affiliate on my channel, and I think that I have you to thank for that in a significant way. So thank you. I don't know, size equals, like you sent me a bunch of raids that brought a bunch of follows and viewers to the channel. And yeah, I don't think I would have made affiliate this fast if it hadn't been for you. So sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all the raids and your support of my channel. Yeah, so I got channel points now. I got some redemptions. There's trivia questions. That's something I'm trying out. Also changing hats. The chat was going crazy on changing hats earlier. This is actually my fourth hat of the stream. But I had the price set a little bit too cheap. So I literally had like 3 or 4 change hats come through within, I don't know, 5 minutes of each other. Yeah. Okay, so this is probably not quite right. Well, hold on. Before I run it and just adjust this by 1, let's try to figure out if it's right without doing that. Yeah, I put timeouts on them. Yeah, I did that now. I did that now. I also made them more expensive. So this value right here is going to be the size of the rectangle here. So it would have just been 1. And so I do I minus 1. Oh, yeah. I think this is right. Is this right? Run. Whoa! That is not right. What? How did I make my code that much worse? Oh, Simon, I also had my Noogler hat on earlier. That's gonna be part of the hat rotation for changed hats. I've got it right here. How can it be worse? Okay, if the 2 DPs are the same... Hold on a minute. Wait. So, it's only that new if statement that's fucking it up, right? If I run this, I'm going to get the same bug. Yeah. So something about my new if statement is breaking it. So if the size of the 2 DPs is the same... then I can take either of them. Oh, it needs to be a 1. And... like, it needs to be at least size 1, right? Noogler, is that from that movie with Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson? I wish I could laugh. I'm sure that's funny. I don't know that movie, so I don't get the joke. Okay, I think I'm just gonna debug right here. Where are we at right now? 3.2. So 3.2 is here. No, here. Oh yeah, this is actually this cell is the culprit cell. So what's happening here? Size is 1. dp of I plus 1, j plus 1 equals dp of I, j plus 1. So basically, I'm going to say that it's at least 1. Wait, what happens if I step over this line? Oh, okay, I get 50 here. What? Oh! This is like, these are ASCII values. See, this is why I wish the input had just been ints, like zeros and ones. The input is chars, so this just needs to be a minus ASCII value of 0. There it is. That's an annoying one. Okay, let's try all the test cases now. Okay, I'm passing all the test cases that I know of. Submit. Yes, dude, let's go. Fast enough for me, 68%. Memory. Yeah, there's definitely a way you can space optimize this code, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Oh yeah, and this right here, I don't know if Shal Gaming is still here, but Maximal Rectangle, this is like the hard version of this problem, where it's the same question, but you also got to detect rectangles of ones. I don't actually know how to do that one, but that is a problem that exists. I think it has to be solved with a monotonic queue. Sonny, you said, oh, there was a movie. It was called The Internship, where Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson interned at Google. Oh, I've heard of this. Yeah, I've heard of this. It was basically one of those cool guys can be nerds and nerds can be cool guys type movies. Ah, okay. I might have to put that on the watch list. I haven't seen that movie, but I've heard about it. Yeah, you're definitely not the first person to mention that to me. Okay, so that's how you solve that one. Let's move on to the next problem. Hold on, let's take a look at this first. Yeah, Shal Gaming. In this question, LeetCode 221 maximal square, it specifically wants you to only find squares of ones. So that's why the answer to example 1 is not 6. But in this problem, you have to find the largest rectangle full of ones. And this is significantly more difficult to do, which is why this is LeetCode hard, and the one we just solved is LeetCode medium. I don't know off the top of my head how to do this. If we look at the related topics, yeah, see how it says monotonic stack? You have to do like dynamic programming and keep track of a monotonic stack too as you go. I might look at that at some point, but probably not today. As far as space optimizing this goes, can you use the input vector to keep track of the DP? Yeah, you almost certainly can. Well, no, you can't because they only give you chars. So if the input was, if n by m was like larger than what fits in a char, then it wouldn't work. If they gave you vector of ints, then you could probably use the input vector to keep track of your DP. However, there's still another way to space optimize this, and that's by iterating through the DP in this order. Like basically, you go through one diagonal at a time, and so that way, as far as like your space complexity goes, You just have one diagonal's worth of numbers saved at a time, or I guess two, because you'd need like the previous one as well. But I'm not going to bother doing that now either. But that is something you can do. Okay, let's look at this one. This one I don't think is too bad. I don't think this one is as hard as longest palindromic subsequence. This one is just longest palindromic substring. And I think you can solve it with DP, but you can also solve it a different way. So I'm going to solve it the non-DP way first, because I kind of remember how to do that. So the way you solve it in n squared time without doing a DP is int n equals s dot length. Eventually you'll learn it. Yeah, man, for sure. You'll learn. What language are you learning right now, if you don't mind me asking? Although you probably also told me the answer to that question before. I'm hoping that you're going to say Python. JavaScript? It's not a bad first language. Like JavaScript is, it's a good first language if you don't worry too much about like the weird parts. Because JavaScript is one of those languages that if you like start diving into it, trying to understand what's happening with things like this, it can get really confusing for beginners. Web development? Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so the way you solve this in n squared time without doing DP is you literally check every character to see if it's the center of a palindrome. So for int I equals 0, I is less than n plus I. Oh, we also obviously need to check when two characters together form the center of a palindrome. Oh, and it actually wants you to return it too. You're supposed to return the substring. So let's just do this. String longest. And we can just start longest off at S sub 0. Yeah, web development is fun. That's what I do. That's like my main gig. This LeetCode stuff is just for fun. Well, right now it's not for fun. Right now it's for job hunting. But once I have a job, then it will just be for fun, and I'll keep doing it because it is fun. But web development is my main coding thing that I do. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to start at I. So first thing we want to do is find longest palindrome with I as the center character. And then if this is my pseudocode right here. This is my algorithm that I'm about to code up. If S sub I equals S sub I plus 1, then we also want to find the longest palindrome with S sub I plus 1 in the center. Yeah, still wrapping your head around a lot of the concepts, really struggling with switch cases. Yeah, switch statements can be a weird thing up front. I think like the best way to think about switches is like it's not 100% the same, but it's kind of just like, it's kind of like you're just doing this. If, else if, else if, else if, else, you know? Like, you would, a switch statement is basically the same. There's differences, obviously, but, you know, case, 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 case. And then you have to have a default at the end, which would be this final else would be. The only thing that's different about switches is if you don't break in here, then the code actually just continues to the next case. Break is what distinguishes like switches from else's and if else's, because when you break, it'll jump to the bottom. If you don't break, it'll keep checking against the other cases. There's a couple of other small differences as well, but okay, I gotta actually code this up now. So let's actually code this up. So starting at I, so since S sub I is in the center, it doesn't actually matter what it is, right? So really, all that matters is that I minus 1 and I plus 1 are the same. I minus 2 and I plus 2 are the same. I minus 3 and I plus 3 are the same. And then you got to do all that while also keeping in mind boundaries. So let's do it this way. Int size. So size is going to keep track of the size of my palindrome. It just starts off as 1. And it starts off as 1, and then down here at the end of the for loop, the last thing I'm going to do is, well, it's going to be something like if size is greater than longest dot length, then we'll like update our answer, something like that, and let's just call this length. So starting off with length at 1, that just means that it's a palindrome by itself. And then what we're going to do is we're going to see how big the palindrome is, if it's bigger. So I think I'm going to try to do this in a while loop. Basically, while I minus length is greater than or equal to 0, and I plus length is less than n. So basically, our palindrome has to be within the bounds of the string. So while I minus length is greater than or equal to 0, and also I plus length is less than n. But then the other thing we can do is we can actually check to make sure we're still a palindrome here. And s sub I minus length equals s sub I plus length. And since we already did the bounds checking here, we can safely check this here. If we pass this whole condition, we increase the length by 1. Yeah, and then we can update our longest here too. So if the length that we just found is greater than the length of the longest, then we'll update longest, and we'll have to make a substring. Here we can do return longest at the bottom of the whole function. So update longest. So longest now equals s dot substring. I forget the syntax of substring in C++. Okay, it's first of all it's substir, and you give it a position and a length, and the length is the number of characters to include. Yeah. Different languages do the substring function different ways, so always got to remember. So the substring is going to be from I minus the length to, and then it's going to be length times 2 plus 1, right? Because we've got length of palindromic characters on either side of the current character, and then we add 1 to include the middle character. So actually, if I run this, I think we should already be detecting substrings with 1 character as the center. I'm going to check that right now, and then assuming that works, I'll update my code so that I also find palindromes with 2 equal characters in the center. Sunny, you said, yeah, you're using a switch in a function which return basically does the same as a break, I guess. Oh, yeah. You can return. Yeah, that's smart. I like that. Are you like solving a particular like web dev challenge right now? Are you working on a web app? Let's see if this works. So this actually should work in theory for example 1. Oh. Yeah, we can actually start this as empty string. Oh, and then it's substir. Oh shit. We're out of range. Yeah, I still have to do that part, Sunny. Right now I'm just checking the case where the palindrome has a single center. And then once I get that working, I'll implement what this comment says I still need to do, which will be palindromes that have 2 characters in the center. But right now though, this is still not quite working. So out of range. So I minus length should be greater than or equal to 0. That's right. I plus length should be less than n. Is that right? Okay, let's debug. I'm not entirely sure what's wrong with that right now. Doing a project from Odin, basically programming rock, paper, scissors. I only have the last function to finish, which uses the conditionals in the switch statement to output win, lose, or tie. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like a good project for, like, you know, for a learning experience. Wonder if there's a way I can play rock, paper, scissors against Twitch chat. Okay, so we're debugging. I0 length is 1. Step. Oh, okay, this didn't work. Substring. Oh, wait. I minus length plus 1, right? Hold on a minute. Yeah, this needs to be I minus length plus 1. My boundaries were not quite right. Actually, it's easier to start length off as 0. I think if I start length off as 0, and then this just needs to be length. Oh, this needs to be. Yeah. This needs to be length times 2 plus 1 here as well. Wait, did that fix it? Yeah, no, it's not quite right. So I minus length. Yep, and then I plus, this needs to be I plus length minus 1, right? Fuck. I did some Code Wars solutions before, but honestly, I'm not sure if I'm learning anything. Yeah, I gave up on Code Wars too. I was doing some Code Wars on stream. Like, I was doing it in between Clash of Code and LeetCode. And I just, yeah, I kind of agree with you. I didn't get anything out of it. Seeing other people's solutions is cool, but it's more like seeing people cram a bunch of stuff into an arrow function, going through a bunch of methods. Yeah, gotcha. So, okay. Hold on. Let me go back to what I had. I want length to literally mean the length of the palindrome, including the middle letter. So this needs to be I minus length plus 1. This needs to be I plus length minus 1. Then these two are right. These two are right. So then I increase the length. Why is this so annoying? Okay, let's debug again. Okay, so length 1. So, oh. So now it's kind of confusing, but what I want here is yeah, I need length. This is probably not the most beautiful way to write this, but that needs to be that. That needs to be that. And then this needs to be this needs to be I minus length. So if length is 1, so I minus length minus 1. Oh my god. I might just, if this doesn't work. Okay, where's my index out of bounds now? So length is 1. So I minus length plus 1 is just going to be I. I plus length minus 1 is just going to be I. So this is just checking that I equals I. Oh. Okay. I see. I'm not supposed to be, Wow, this is so annoying. I think I'm still too new. I need to continue hammering out the fundamentals. Yeah, I feel you. Apparently me too. I'm struggling on this algorithm way too much. Is there a different way to think about this? Let's go back to thinking about it in terms of length 0, where length is amounts of palindromic characters on either side of S sub I. So this is just I minus length. This is just I plus length. Then this right here is just going to check that I equals, yeah, it's going to be just plus 0 minus 0. If it is, I increase. I think this needs to be a do while loop. Will this work? No. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. So in order to increase the length, I actually need to check the previous and the next. And then it's going to be, yeah, then this, I think this is right now, length times 2 plus 1. And, okay, and then what about this? The start of the palindrome will be it'll be I minus length, right? There it is. Okay, that code works for, well, let's test it with another test case. Let's have like a bunch of random shit, then let's have S A D A S, and then a bunch of shit. So this is a palindrome, right? How many A's are on either side of that? 6x, yeah, okay. So now if this code works, it should find the sad ass that I have in there. The sad ass. That's not quite, that was not intentional. Okay, let's run it and see what we get. Okay, yeah. So that code works now. So we get the palindrome for that test case that I just made up. Let's keep that test case handy and use the example test cases. Okay, so now if I run this code, we're gonna fail because we didn't find the BB. So now I need to implement this, and I don't think it's gonna be too far different from what we just did. Okay, so this is pretty similar. Let me just copy the code. Copy pasta. So now length is going to be the number of palindromic chars on either side of SI and SI plus 1. Oh, first those need to be the same. So if S sub I is not equal to S sub I plus 1, we can continue. We don't need to check it. Also, I needs to be less than N minus 1 for this. So we've got the length. So now this needs to be so for the left side, this is still right. For the right side, this is now Can you hear that? The Alexa in my bedroom just started talking to me. Alexa, stop! Okay. This needs to be a 2 here now. Okay, this needs to be a 2 here. This is plus 2. Okay, yeah, there's almost certainly a way we can condense this if we really wanted to, but like we could combine these two checks together and just change like the distance that we're looking ahead on the right side. I was in insert mode, so I deleted some characters on accident. Okay, that works. Let's make another test case similar to the other one, but we'll add a D here. So now there's 2 Ds in the middle. Okay, yeah, it works. So let's test it on all the test cases. Like this. Okay, we're getting accepted on all the test cases we know of. What else could we check? We could check like A. We could check AA. We could check like this. We could check that. I don't know. That's probably good. Let's check those cases. Okay, I think we're probably good here. So this is not the DP solution, but this is, I think the DP solution is n squared for this. And this is a different way to solve it in n squared time. So let's just submit. Oh, wow. It's fast, bro. Look how fast that is. Faster than 85%. Case sensitives. If you're talking about the current LeetCode problem I'm doing, it says S consists of only digits and English letters, but it doesn't say that the search should be case insensitive. So, I mean, I just got the problem accepted, but if I were to do like A, D, D, A, like that, that shouldn't count as a palindrome. That's good. That's a good question, though. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that as a test case to check. And they don't have any examples for it either. But I guess you're just supposed to assume that the upper and lowercase letters are not equal. So it's a case-sensitive palindrome search. And yeah, we're good. We're Gucci on that one. However, how would we solve this with DP? How would we solve this with DP? Because that's the way it's supposed to be solved, is with DP. So let's delete all this and think about this for a second. Yeah, no, that's a good outlier case. So if we hypothetically did vector of int dp of size n by n, is it gonna have to be 2D? I'm guessing it has to be 2D. It might not need to be 2D, but the real question is dp of ij, what does that equal? dp of ij yeah, I'm thinking it's something like length of like longest palindrome ending at I. Well, what is it? I mean, I already solved the problem. Should I just look at how to do it? And then, because this right here is a more interesting problem. Longest palindromic subsequence. I might just want to look at the solution and then move on to a different problem. Probably the last problem of the stream. Let's take a look. Approach 1, longest common substring. Oh, interesting. We could see that the longest common substring method fails when there exists a reversed copy of a non-palindromic substring, right? To rectify this, each time we find the longest common substring candidate, we check the indices. Oh, they have to be the indices have to be the same. If it is, then we attempt to update the longest palindrome found so far. Yeah, brute force is obviously n cubed. Pick all starting and ending positions and see if it's a palindrome. That's an n cubed solution. Oh wait, could you use a stack for this and do it in n squared time? Like if I start pushing letters onto a stack, and then I encounter like a letter that's on top of the stack, I can start popping off. I wonder if there's a stack solution to this. So this is the approach that I did. Expand around center. Approach 4. It's basically exactly how it sounds. You treat every single index in the string as the center of a palindrome, and you just search in both directions to see how long the palindrome is. So, and oh, what is that? Oh shit! There's a linear time algorithm for this, bro. There's an O of n time algorithm called Maneker's algorithm, explained here in detail. However, it's non-trivial, and no one expects you to come up with this algorithm in a 45-minute coding session. But please go ahead and understand it. I promise it will be a lot of fun. I'm not going to do that right now, but that's tempting for the future. Let's take another look at some of these other ones. Yeah, O of n for this. That's crazy. Does it use a stack? Hold on, let me just see. What in the... What? Doesn't look like it uses a stack. So you use like a radius? Yeah, radius, I'm pretty sure radius is, I had that called length in my code. This is crazy. Yeah, I'm not going to try to understand that code right now. But that's cool that that exists. Okay, let's just look at approach 3. Because this is the one that I think I was supposed to get. To improve over the brute force solution, we first observe how we can avoid unnecessary recomputation. Consider the case AB, AB, A. We already knew that BAB is a palindrome. Okay, so we define P of ij as following. True. Oh! Okay, I'm not going to look at any more. I'm not going to look at the rest of that because I think I kind of get it. So dp of ij is... So this is a vector of bools. And I think we can initialize them all to false. So this is a different way to think about the dp. But ij in this table represents a substring. True if s sub I to j is a palindrome, else false. So the way that we iterate is interesting because we are going to iterate through palindromes of increasing length. What's the max length of a palindrome? Well, it's n, right? So for ints, we'll just call it len equals, so we'll start the length off at 1. Length being like the length of a palindrome. In other words, the length of like this substring. So we start length off at 1, and length needs to be less than or equal to n plus length. So we put that for loop on the outside because we want to fill our DP array in order of increasing palindrome length. So now we go through I. So for an I is just going to represent, I is going to be the start of the palindrome, which, well, we already defined that here. So I is 0, I is less than n plus I. And we want these indices to be inclusive. Okay, so length starts at 1. The max length is n. Increase the length. Then we're going through the first elements of the palindrome. And what we can do is, it's going to be something along the lines of if s sub I equals, I think I'm going to have to change this a little bit. Oh, okay, here's the other thing we can do. So we can actually compute j here. J is equal to I plus length. So at the beginning, I will be 0 and j will be 1. Then I will be 1 and j will be 2, so on and so forth. So we're starting off with palindromes of length 1. If s sub I equals s sub j, and we need j to be in bounds, so j is less than n, and s sub I equals s sub j, then dp of ij equals true. However, if I and j are not consecutive, then there has to be a palindrome in the middle, right? So the formula looks really smart. I'm guessing it does an x string and y string and then finds where s I'm not sure I follow. S to the power of I, or is that XOR? S XOR I? Which formula are you referring to? You're talking about the Mannekers algorithm? Oh, S sub I and S sub j. Yeah. So if S sub I and S sub j are equal, so this code right here is not quite right yet. dp of ij here is not true unless the substring within it, so dp of I plus 1, j minus 1, also has to be true. So what we can actually do here is we can actually pre-populate our dp array with some base cases for int I equals 0. So these will be base cases. I is less than n plus I. So this part's kind of important. dp of I is true because any substring of length 1 is a palindrome. And then if I plus 1 is less than n, and s sub I equals s sub I plus 1. So here we're also, so the base case will handle palindromes of length 1 and 2. So every single element substring is already a palindrome. Every substring of size 2 is a palindrome if s sub I equals I plus 1. So this is dp of I and I plus 1 equals true. So now that we handled these, I can start my length off at 3 here. And since I can start my length off at 3, here's what I can do. I can check here after I make sure that the ends are the same, right? If I and j are the same, then dp of I minus 1 and I plus 1 and j minus 1. So if the substring is in the bounds, we can actually do this. If j is greater than or equal to n, we can break. Because as soon as j becomes greater than or equal to n, like for this loop, it's going to keep being greater than or equal to n. So we'll just break as soon as that happens. So here, as long as the substring is in the bounds of the string, if the two characters, I and j, which are the ends of the palindrome, are the same, and we have a palindrome in between, so dp of I plus 1, j minus 1 is true, then dp of I, j is true. And I think that's actually good. The only thing we're not doing, which we need to do, is update our answer. So how do we update the answer? We can do if length is greater than longest dot length. If the length is greater than longest length, then longest equals s dot substring I, and then this one right here. So this substring needs the second parameter is the length of the substring, which is j minus I plus 1, maybe. Bool here. I think I'm missing something from the code. Oh, substar. We discovered that in the last approach. Okay. Okay, we're not quite right. But the other thing I need to do is so let's do this. We'll start longest off as just the first element. And then here, here we can just do longest equals substring I and 2. Okay, how do I convert a char to a string? Is it like this? Okay. Wait, why am I getting a 97? Oh. How do you make a string from a char, dude? C++ string from char. Okay, apparently there's 10 ways. Oh, okay. I guess I can just do that. Yeah, .to string is not going to work in C++, because a char is a primitive data type. There's no functions you can call on it. Like you can't do C.to string. But based on what I just read, this should work. Okay. Whoa, dude. I'm getting some wacky answers. Definitely not correct answers either. What? I think I probably just have something like a bounds error or something like that. Like for this test case, things are working. Yeah. Oh. The 1 is the first parameter. Okay, now what I'm getting looks more reasonable, yet still not right. So let me see if I can find a test case that I'm failing. Like an easy one. Okay, I think I'm probably failing this test case. Okay. Here, let's do this. Everything starts off as false. dp of I is true. Check to see if I and I plus 1 are the same. If so, dp of I and I plus 1 is true. Okay. Okay, let's just debug starting here. No, let's debug starting here. So I is 0 and j is 3. Oh, wait. Does this need to be I plus len minus 1? Yeah, it does. There we go. Okay. I just had an off by 1 on one of my indexes. Let's run the code on all the test cases. Hey, let's go. We did it. I want to put a comment here just for completeness. DP the rest. That's it. GG's. Submit. Hopefully this gets accepted too. This gets accepted too, although it runs a lot slower though. And I think the reason it runs so much slower is because of the use of the DP table. My first solution didn't need to use a DP table. Like if you just start from the center of the palindrome and you expand in both directions, trying to see how long it is, you don't have to use a table at all. All right, let's look at the code for my other solution. Yeah, like the space complexity is basically constant. Whereas the space complexity of the DP solution is n squared space complexity. But still, I'll take the dub. I'll take the dub. Get that one out of the way. Okay, so this one, Double dub. Yeah, we got double dub. 2 different solutions. Okay. How much harder is this one? Longest palindromic subsequence. Given a string S, find the longest palindromic subsequence's length. Okay, so we don't actually need the sequence, we just need the length. Pardon me. A subsequence is a sequence that can be derived from another sequence by deleting some or no elements without changing the order of the remaining elements. So this is going to be n squared as well, I bet. Probably also with a 2-dimensional DP. But let's see if I can figure out how to do the DP without cheating. Well, not cheating, but you know, getting info. So dp of ij equals what? So is it similar to the last one in that I and j are like the start and end of a subsequence? Oh, also this might be n cubed. This might be n cubed. The reason I say that is because I'm looking at the constraints here. Might need a triple for loop to solve this. The music's pretty hype right now, I'm not gonna lie. I think there's like a technique for doing DP on subsequences, like a way to set up your like DP table. And I just don't remember what it is. Hey, Brian 100 MPH. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for the follow. I do really appreciate it. I've been doing LeetCode for a while now, like at least 2 hours, I want to say. Hour and a half to 2 hours. I started the stream with Clash of Code, and I've solved 3 DPs so far. And the one I'm looking at now is the hardest one I've done so far today. So it might not be very exciting to watch. So far today I did minimum path sum, maximal square, and longest palindromic substring. So now I'm looking at longest palindromic subsequence. And this is the first one of the day that I'm coming into it kind of having no clue. Whereas the other 3, I came into them having some vague idea. What I do know is that it's DP though. I do know it's DP. I'm pretty sure it's going to be n cubed time because of the constraint. So probably going to be looking at triple for loops. Other than that, I don't know anything. Okay, so we're trying to find the length of the subsequence. So maybe the outer for loop is going over the lengths again. Right? We'll have for int len equals 1. This is going to be similar to the last problem. Len is less than or equal to n plus len. So this len variable would be like the length of the subsequence, and that's also what we're trying to find. What we're trying to return. So the max value of len that we achieve, and we also find a subsequence of that length. That's a palindrome. That's the value that we return from the function to solve the problem. Detox Mango, welcome to the chat. Thank you for the question too. Would you say it is possible to start as an L6 research scientist at Google if I built a crypto HFT bot? Good question. High frequency traders. You built a bot that trades crypto? Is it profitable? Are you making money from the bot? I mean, that's definitely something you could present, you know, as evidence for your, you know, if you're trying to prove to them your ability to perform the job, to, you know, to perform well in that role. Oh, you didn't build it yet. Analyzing data. My bad, I misread what you said. Yeah, you did say if I build. I mean, as you probably already know, L6 that's pretty high. That's like staff, right? Staff level at Google. So I think for a role like that, they're gonna want to see your years of experience and your previous roles and projects that you've done. I'm not saying that you can't, because I have no idea who you are or what your background is, but to start at Google at L6, that's usually quite challenging to do. Out of curiosity, why are you targeting entering at L6? Have you been in the industry for a while? Because what might be easier is targeting a lower level, and then, you know, you can get promoted while you're there. If you join as a lower level and you do really well, you'll get promoted and you'll make it to L6 at some point. And then as L6s at Google do, you'll literally be rolling in the dough and have financial freedom for the rest of your life. I was L4 at Google, by the way. I was at Google for 1.5 years and I was L4. And I was already making good money there. But it would have taken a lot more time and effort to get promoted to L6. I don't know the answer to that question because you're talking about research science, and I'm really not familiar with research science and what the paths are. But the big thing is, if you're able to get an interview at Google, then that's like the first big step, which can also be challenging to do just by itself. It just becomes down to you proving to them that you have the skills for the job. You know, they're gonna put you in a room with other really smart people and they're gonna ask you hard questions. If you get them all right, you'll get the job. But it's cool that you have like a crypto HFT bot like in mind and that you're analyzing the data. I wish you the best of luck with it. Yeah, that sounds like probably a lot of like ML stuff. You have experience with ML, I'm assuming, right? The other side of the coin to consider is if you build a crypto bot that's profitable, you don't need to work at Google for the money anymore. You become a millionaire just from the profits of your bot. But, you know, as you know, it's also risky. You could lose millions just as easily. Nice, time series stats and working on learning niche math and neural networks. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Do you know anything about longest palindromic subsequences though? That's the real question. This is the crux of the problem. Like if you formulate it right and your DP of ij represents what it's supposed to represent, then you can solve a DP problem. So with subsequences, every single element of this string is either in the subsequence or it's not, right? Do I know anyone who started as an L6 plus right off the bat? No, I don't know anyone. I know people who started L5 though. Oh yeah. Yeah, well what you're talking about there is very hedge fund specific. Like hedge funds are well known for paying ridiculous amounts of monies to their employees. You'd be hard pressed to get 800 plus starting at Google, even as an L6. Man, okay, I'm gonna look at a clue. I'm sorry. Like, I can solve this problem. I just need like a nudge in the right direction. Okay, so let me get a nudge in the right direction from something on the internet. I don't know what it is yet because I'm just gonna Google search. And then if I find something, I'm not gonna like copy any code or try to memorize any code. I just want to get a nudge in the right direction. This should be DP LCS stir comma reverse, right? Dazcode, what's up? Glad you're in the chat again, hanging out. Yo, if you got hints for this without giving it away, my ears are open. Because I've solved this before, but it's been a while. Here, I bet if I look at the submissions page. Yeah. So I solved this problem, yeah, pretty close to 2 years ago. I solved this problem. But it's been a while and I don't remember what the approach is. So if you got any, oh, as far as LCS goes though, LCS longest common, what was that, longest common substring? I just want to understand like the approach. Let's look at this. Let's try not to look at any code, but I just want someone to give me like the idea, the big idea that I need. Is 500k reasonable if I have shape analysis and kernel methods research background? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know for sure how to answer that. Like 500k is a huge salary. Let's get that right. If you have the right experience and connections, potentially, you could find a job that's going to pay you that starting, but that's a lot of money. I don't know if I'll make that much per year in my career. It would be great if I do, but I'm honestly not focused on on the growth of my salary. Like, I'm more focused on finding something that I like, and as long as I make enough money to get by and, you know, live comfortably, then I'm grateful for the situation that I'm in. I don't need 500K per year, but I'm just speaking for me. Everyone's got their own journey, their own life priorities, and yeah, I do wish you the best though. Hope you can find the role you're looking for that's going to pay you that. He needs 600K per year. Toasty, what's up? I remember you from the other day. Yeah, like 500K per year, 600K per year. That's like I own multiple boats money, and I live in the penthouse of a skyscraper in New York City. Like, yeah, that would be great, but it's not necessary to be happy. Okay, let me look at this. Consider the sequence A, B, B, D, C, A, C, B. The length of the longest palindromic subsequence is 5 because you have in there B, C, A, C, B. Yeah, I see the B, C, A, C, B in there. Yeah, getting stabbed in New York City. Yeah, I lived in New York City for 2 years. Thankfully, I didn't get stabbed, but maybe I should count myself among the lucky ones. DasCode, would you say longest common subsequence should be a precursor? Should I do that first? Is that on LeetCode? I don't mind doing a different problem first if it's a good like precursor. So to be clear, I've solved these before. It's just been a while, so I forget. I solved this one in May of 2020. Okay, it's good to know. Thank you. Detox Mango, I don't know, there was this girl who works for a hedge fund and is researching neural network stuff for medical image detection stuff. That's cool. She was working for a hedge fund while working on her PhD. That's pretty pog, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I bet they were paying for it too. Hey, Sunny bro. Thanks for chilling out again in the chat. I actually thought you'd already hopped out, but I guess you were lurking for a bit there. But you have a good night as well, and I hope to see you soon. Detox, he said, other areas of research in tech maybe I should explore. It's a good question, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, find something you're really interested in, something you're passionate about, you know? You don't want to, like, honestly, what you don't want to do is land a job making $500,000 a year and fucking hate every second of doing that job. Like, yeah, it's nice, you know, you can go to Vegas every weekend or you can do whatever the fuck you want to do with that money, but it's not worth it if you're, you know, if you hate the job every single day of the week that you have to do it. So it depends on what your interests are. I'm sure that you can find some areas of research that are of interest to you. I mean, you already mentioned the crypto stuff. Yeah, nice chatting, Sonny bro. Have a good night. DP and palindromes. Speech recognition teams at Google? Yeah. Yeah, you could, like, there's definitely teams at Google, especially within Google Cloud Platform, that work on speech recognition. How do they pay compared to self-driving car teams? Honestly, about the same. Like, Google tries to keep the pay for each level consistent, no matter like what area of the org you're in. Although I'm sure there are differences depending on the role. Like within software engineering specifically, like no matter what part of Google you're in, you're gonna make you're gonna make an amount that's proportional somewhat to your level. But then again, like product management, they're gonna have different amounts, and research is gonna have different amounts. Designers are gonna have slightly different amounts because Google just tries to pay competitive for the market. And so the market rates for those different types of roles are not all the same. I'm cheating a little bit right now, by the way. Like, I'm not trying to look at code and memorize it so I can just, barf it back out. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the general approach would be. Oh, wait a minute. No. Hold on. This is longest common subsequence is different because you're operating on two strings, though. Like longest palindromic subsequence is operating on a single string. Okay, I'm gonna look at hints for the palindromic one. Oh, so you're saying that you reverse it and perform longest common. I see. Well, I think I'm still gonna do it in a different order. Honestly, the DP study plan that I'm somewhat following had this one up first. Oh, okay, so it's n squared time. So I was actually wrong about that. I thought it was going to be n cubed time. Okay. See, this is helpful. This is kind of the intuition that I wanted to read. Okay, that might be all I needed to see right there. So DPIJ is length of longest palindromic subsequence. Starting at I, ending at J, right? Starting at I and ending at J. And so what would the substructure be? Oh no, is it starting at I and ending at j, or is it within the bounds ij? Like I and j don't have to be a part of it. I don't think they have to be a part of it. If this is length of LPS within bounds I and j. HFT community and crypto exchanges are mostly built on AWS. Oh, that's cool. I actually love AWS. Anytime I do anything on the side, side projects, I do it in AWS. Anytime I run game servers for my friends, like we had a Minecraft server that I was running in AWS. No, AWS is great. Plus, I've been doing AWS for so long that I'm like pretty familiar with a lot of the AWS services. And for me personally, it's not worth the time to learn the equivalents in the other cloud providers. Because I know Google Cloud Platform basically has all the same stuff, just with different names and different APIs. And I know Azure has all the same stuff with different names and different APIs. But I'm not going to spend the time to go and learn all that at this point because I've already learned it in AWS. I don't want to learn it just with different names, and little tweaks to how the settings work and stuff like that. That's code. Does this look right? dp of ij is the length of the longest palindromic subsequence within bounds I and j. So not starting at I and ending at j, but confined within there. And so if that was the case, then we would return dp of 0 and n minus 1. And so we still want to do length. Start length at 1 and end length at n, because it's possible that the entire string is a palindrome, in which case the subsequence is just the whole string and it has length n. Okay, let's try this. So this is going to be pretty similar to what I did for the last problem. Warrant I equals 0, I is less than n, plus side. I think this will probably be the last one I do today. Hopefully I can get it solved without any more help. And then tomorrow, I'm planning to stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll look at longest increasing subsequence and longest common subsequence. Okay. I think this might work. So J equals I plus the length. Minus 1. I think this is good. So, important thing to check here is J needs to be in bounds. So if J is greater than or equal to N, then we want to check if S sub I equals S sub J. Would you invest 100K into a crypto HFT that returns 20% a year? Bro, I don't have 100K sitting in the bank, dude. No. Like, I can't answer that question without way more information, but the most likely answer is no. Like, I don't even hold Bitcoin. I'm literally not holding Bitcoin right now, so it's unlikely that I would invest in a trading bot. The only way I would even consider it is if I could look at the historical performance of it and prove to myself that it's a safe, smart investment. Like, it would have to, the 20% thing would have to be historically proven. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not just gonna do it because someone says it's gonna do 20%. So if they're equal, then dp of ij equals 2 plus oh, it's gonna be the max. This is where the interesting part of the DP comes in. So it's 2 because you're adding 2 characters to the palindrome. But you gotta take the max of dp of I plus 1j and dp of I j minus 1. Baby in the chat, what's up? Detox Mango. I appreciate everything you're saying and your offer, but if you're trying to get me to invest in something, messaging me about it in Twitch chat is not the way to do it. I'm not open to investment opportunities right now, so I would recommend going and trying to find investors somewhere else, because it's not gonna. Yeah, I appreciate your offer, but I'm not interested. Sorry. I'm baby in the chat. How is the LeetCode coming along? Good. I've solved 3 dynamic programming problems, and now I'm solving this one, which is challenging, but I think I've got the right approach. Baby in the chat. 100% equity. The lead offer is $1. Yeah, I'll come in for $1. I'll come into your company for $1. $1.01. Okay, so I think the other thing I should do for this is handle. I'm gonna handle the base cases again. So I'm gonna handle the base cases of palindromes of length 1 and 2, and then this is gonna be DP the rest again. So the base cases for. Oh no! I'm sorry about that. How hard was the stub? Because in my experience, the pain of that can go away in like 5-10 minutes. But I mean, if it was a really hard stub, then yeah, I suppose it could last longer. Hope you didn't break it. Okay, so DPI is 1 again. And then this is the same as the last solution. If I plus 1 is less than n, and s sub I equals s sub I plus 1, then dp of I plus 1 equals 2. Oh yeah, that's good, that's good. I've never broken a toe, but I also don't want to. It's one of those things that just sounds painful and annoying. Hashtag do not want. I broke my wrist a couple of years ago. I actually got a scar. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can see it. Like, here. I broke it snowboarding. I was trying to be fancy, do tricks and shit. And I was also under the influence. It was a perfect storm. I was bound to break a bone that day. But I've learned since then. I don't plan on making those same mistakes again. I still plan on being fancy, and I still plan on being under the influence, but not at the same time while snowboarding. It's like an either-or kind of thing now, you know? But you mentioned that you're in high school, so being under the influence is something you're not legally permitted to do yet. Okay, so now I think I start off the len at 3, right? Yeah. Wait, is this just right? Is this a fully working algorithm? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, wait, this is 1 plus. Yeah, it's 1 plus. Oh, fuck. What? Take it into consideration. Nice VIP badge, though. It's almost midnight here. I'm definitely going to call it after this problem. I wonder what's not quite working here. Oh, I should start all these at 0. That probably doesn't make a difference. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about that. There's ways to earn permanent VIP too, that are unrelated to correctly answering trivia questions. Just being an upstanding member of the community. Yo, don't say that. Like, maybe you can be one of those early superstar traders if I build a crypto bot. Yeah, man, go for it. Do what you gotta do. Honestly, like, I don't know enough about HFTs and crypto, but if that's stuff you're passionate about, then yeah, you should do it. Sounds like a rug pull. Oh, yeah, you're right. It does sound like a rug pull. Okay, why is my code not functional? Why is my code not functional? That's the real question. Okay, so if... Hold on. If S of I is S of J, then we potentially have boundaries of a palindrome. We just need a palindromic subsequence. We need a palindromic subsequence in between. Oh, wait. I think I see. So this case is 2 plus dp of I plus 1 j minus 1. So if the two characters are the same, then your length of your longest palindromic subsequence is 2 plus whatever the length of the palindromic subsequence within them was. But if they're not the same, then dp of ij is the max of dp of I plus 1j and dp of I j minus 1. Okay, that's got to be right. That feels right in my brain. That feels right. Okay, correct answer for one test case. Let's try this test case. Oh shit, it might be working, dude. This is a tricky one, man. But I really like the logic. I think it's really cool. Yeah. Walk you through the code. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you understand what a palindromic subsequence is? Question mark. You know what a palindrome is, right? You know what a subsequence is? So those two together. Detox. I just have to do it. It's like the best way that I think. There's also prop firms that do investing. Well, okay. I need to, tell me more about like your background, your experience. Like if you're in high school or middle school, like I don't know anything about who you are or how old you are. You don't have to tell me. But if you're in either of those buckets, or even if you're in college, don't worry about making money right now. Worry about learning and progressing, you know. Find something you love. Learn how to code. That's what I would do. You're in your 30s, you're a delivery driver. Oh, okay. That's way different. Okay, well, I'm glad you told me that because it gives me way more insight into you and who you are and where you are in life. Yeah, I think even with those things being the case, just focus on the learning process. You know, try to absorb the information as well as you can. And once you start to build that proficiency, the opportunities will be much more attainable. And then read that HFT. Oh, you read that HFT programmers make the most money. They probably do, but that also doesn't mean that it's the easiest job to get. You know, like you got to balance your risk versus reward, as you know, since you're someone who's interested in investing. Like just because there are jobs out there that pay $600,000 a year, doesn't mean that's what you should target. Like, ask yourself this question: would you be happy with 80,000? Would you be comfortable with 100,000, 150,000? If the answer is yes, those roles are probably going to be easier to learn the skills for than, something that's going to pay you a starting salary of $500,000. Okay, I think this code is good. Oh, right. I was going to explain it. So we've got an array. Well, it's really a string. So you got a string. This is the string. S equals. You got letters in there, right? You got like an A, B, B, C, A, C, B. No idea if that's a good example or not. You got these indices. So these are labeled 0 through n minus 1. So the task is to find the longest palindromic subsequence. So here's a palindromic subsequence right here. Here's a palindromic subsequence. A, B, B, A. Right? But is that the longest one? Well, let's see. There also happens to be B, C, A, C, B. So the answer to my previous question was no. The answer should be 6. So the way that you DP this is you create a two-dimensional DP table. So it's DP I and J again, like it has been for many other problems. But what DP of IJ represents in this problem is different. DP IJ represents the length of, so we're trying to find longest palindromic subsequences, right? That's what we're trying to find. So it's the length of LPS. Oh, length of the longest Oh, sorry. L is longest. So dpij is the length of LPS that exists somewhere between I and J in S. So that's what dp of ij represents. So every time we store something in dpij, this is what we're storing. We're storing the length of the longest palindromic subsequence that exists somewhere between I and J and S. It doesn't have to start at I or end at J. It could start at I and end at J, but it could start at I plus 1 and end at J minus 1. It could start at I plus 1 and end at J, but it's just somewhere between those. Yeah, we're getting to that. We're getting to that. So once we define our DP this way, the rest becomes a lot simpler. So basically, we're gonna loop I, right? We're gonna loop I. I goes to. Let's just write it this way, even though this is not completely accurate. I and J are gonna go to N, right? This is a for loop. This is a double for loop. So you're gonna have for I goes to N, for J goes to N, and if S sub I equals S sub J, that means that so the two letters are the same. So that means you already have a palindromic subsequence of at least length 2, right? So we could, let's say that I is, I don't know. Let's say that I is here at the 3, and let's say that J is here at the C. I kind of want to draw those in a different color. So you have I here at the C, you have J here at the C. So when I and J are at these positions, S sub I equals S sub J, right? So, sorry Detox, I'm in the middle of this explanation, so I'll have to catch up on your messages in a bit. So S sub I equals S sub J. So you know that there's a palindromic subsequence here. C and C form a palindromic subsequence. Literally doesn't matter what's in the middle. So the palindromic subsequence from I to J is at least 2. But it's not, but it's more than 2. Well, it could be more than 2 if anything with anything in between I and J is also palindromic subsequences. So that's where the next line of code comes from. So if you find out that S sub I equals S sub J, then dp of ij equals 2, right? Because we remember what dp of ij is. It's the length of the longest palindromic subsequence existing somewhere between I and J. So dp of I and J is at least 2, but it's not just that. It's also the length of the longest palindromic subsequence that exists between I plus 1 and J minus 1. So plus dp of I plus 1 J minus 1. So that's how you figure out this. So this solution right here, this is not keeping track of what the palindromic subsequence is. Like after we run this code, all we know is that the length is 6. We don't actually know that the subsequence is BCA ACB. We could write additional code in addition to the DP to keep track of that. But all we're storing in the DP though is the length of it. But we do have an else here. So let's say that I is not there, but let's say that I is instead here. So I is here by the B, J is here by the C. So in this case, S sub I is not equal to S sub J. If S sub I is not equal to S sub J, then you don't have a palindromic subsequence that starts at I and ends at J, but you do still have palindromic subsequences potentially in between. So this is where this part comes in. So if they're not the same, change back to my dark red. Then dp of ij is a max. And so the reason it's a max is because you could have a palindromic subsequence here from I plus 1 to j, but you could also have a palindromic subsequence here from I to j minus 1. So it's the max of those two possibilities. So it's the max of dp of I plus 1 j and dp of I j minus 1. And like once you get those relationships figured out, this is actually like a recurrence. Oh shit, raid coming in. Oh, thanks, Gigantic Bucket. I'm glad you're here. Hold on, let me just thank the streamer who's raiding and the raiders themselves. Hey, Dr. Verm, thank you very much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. What did you do? I'm assuming you probably came from the same category, software and game development. So what was your stream about? Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And I saw a follow come in too. Panilia07, thank you so much for the follow. We are solving LeetCode problems. I work on a code gen tool. You need to be talking to Gigantic Bucket here. Gigantic Bucket has a lot of experience with especially the C# compiler and like writing code gen and static analysis tools. So that's a cool connection potentially. You probably have a lot of things to talk about if you two decided to. But that's really cool though. What kind of code gen tool are you working on? I'm assuming you're building the code gen tool live on stream. A baby in the chat. I work on another. This code gen that writes the same code we do to write most of the boring stuff. Like what's an example? What would be the context? Oh, okay. I'll take a look at the repo. Thank you again for the raid. Hoff, the high code framework, combines data models, code gen, and modules to help you write and maintain large amounts of code. Okay, yeah. Define and manage data models, the source of truth, code gen, data plus template equals anything, technology agnostic. I mean, it sounds really cool so far. Modules, composable data models and generators, an ecosystem. I'll have to spend more time to read about it. But that's really cool. I'll definitely take a closer look at that probably after the stream. But Gigantic Bucket, I was right about that, right? You spent a lot of time building static analysis and compiler integrations for the C# compiler. Hey, Dr. Vern, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. So yeah, to the raiders, welcome in. Thank you for being a part of Dr. Vern's raid and coming to the stream. Thank you for the follows that have come in. I'm Daniel, aka the Snups, and I code. And I'm solving LeetCode questions right now. Earlier on in the stream, I did Clash of Code, and I did that for like 2 hours or so, and then I transitioned into LeetCode, where we've solved 3 problems so far, all dynamic programming. And now I'm solving this one, the longest palindromic subsequence. I think I have a solution that I haven't actually clicked the submit button yet, but I think I have one. But right when you raided, I was actually in the middle of explaining the algorithm. So I'm probably not going to go through it again. You could watch the VOD later if you're interested. But I'm explaining here how to write an algorithm to find the longest palindromic subsequence. Baby, you want me to put on a different hat? Yes, I will do that. Dr. Vern, a lot of people that come around my stream tend to also be interested in jobs, interviews, and learning LeetCode. Yeah, that's cool. It seems to be a growing like subcategory of the software and game development category. Like Midnight Simon, he's a really big, algorithm streamer and binary search and LeetCode and stuff, and he's rated me a couple of times as well. But his streams always seems to be popping off with like 70 to 100 viewers. So it's clear that this is something people are interested in watching, and yeah. So this is me doing somewhat the same thing. Okay, I'm baby in the chat a different hat. 1 second. Yeah, Gigantic Bucket. I have that turned on now, whereas I did not have that turned on before. Dev. Anyone who doesn't know dev.to, it's a great website for technical blog posting. So, you probably do know about it because it often comes up in search results when you're searching for coding related stuff. So yeah, this is my dev hat. I also have a dev shirt. But yeah, Gigantic Bucket, the VODs are enabled now. But all the previous VODs I upload to YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you can see all of the past VODs. Except for the drunk stream, I did not upload that. I mean, it wasn't like bad, but I just wasn't impressed with my level of consciousness at the end, where I was like, alright chat, I'm gonna end the stream, and then I just ended it. But it was a fun stream. I just decided not to put it up on YouTube. Seems good. Yeah. Okay, so let's submit this now. So I passed these basic test cases. I guess I'll hold on. I'm gonna try to be safe and write some more. Also, Gigantic Bucket. I need to get back to what was it called? Bubbly Troubly. I need to get back to that. Like, I do want to solve that at some point. But I haven't quite gotten around to it yet. Does it detect Taco Cat? Alright, let's just do some test cases like these, all of the same letter, and then let's just like type random shit. Well, actually, we need to. Okay, let's just type random shit and see what it comes up with. It'll probably come up with something. Hopefully it'll come up with the right thing. Oh, A to Z only. Oh, it's only lowercase letters, so all this needs to go away. Okay. So there's definitely a large palindromic subsequence in here that my code will hopefully find. For anyone who doesn't know, which I think is probably most people here, this right here is a problem written by our very own Gigantic Bucket that's a little bit beyond my ability at the moment, but I'm hoping to solve it eventually. I've got some ideas for how to do it. Okay, so we got wrong answer. Oh, we're off by 1 on the big test case. So that's actually, it's really good that I did that because I caught a bug before I clicked the submit button. So apparently for this large piece of junk that I just typed out, it's supposed to be 39 and I only counted 38. So I'm off by 1 somehow. Let's see if we can figure out why that is. I'm maybe in the chat. Why is what? Sorry, I missed the context for why you're asking. Why is that? Am I miscounting anything else? 4, 2, 12. Yeah, that's right. 4, 2, 12, 1, 2, 9. Yeah, okay. So the only test case I'm getting wrong is my really long one. Bubbly Troubly is a problem that Gigantic Bucket wrote for a programming contest. So I'm interested in solving it because he wrote it. But it's hard. It's like a graph theory problem, but it requires you to do like circle and arc length math and stuff like that. Dr. Vern, what about an odd case that is not a multiple of 3? You mean here? Oh, you're trying to get me to write a simpler test case that also fails, is that right? That's a good idea. I don't know, like this? Is this, oh no, that is... Let's see. I mean, if you have something in mind, feel free to just send a test case in the chat and I'll run my code against it. Other than that, I was planning to just like read through the code and see if I could figure out what was wrong. Am I missing a case for the DP? So if I A, B, C, D, C, B, A. Okay, yeah, we can try that one. Yeah, I'm getting 7 for that. Wait, is this test case malformed? Hold on a minute. Because I literally just like, you know, I rubbed my nose along the keyboard to create this. I don't think it's malformed though. Yeah, Taco Cat, it's coming up with 7. Taco Cat, it's coming up with the right answer for. I guess that's the same thing as A, B, C, D, C, B, A though. Whoa, what am I, I've got to, maybe one of my indices is off by 1 or something. Wait, am I overcounting or undercounting? I already forgot. But Dr. Vern and Raiders, I had already said before you raided that this was my last problem of the day, but I'll definitely try to pay the raid forward though if I can find a good raid target in the category. Oh, what if there is no palindrome in a longer string? Okay, we could do A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W. I think I had a typo there. X, Y, Z. Oh! I didn't count. Oh, okay. I'm not counting palindromes of size 1? What? So they have an implementation they run your inputs on? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they run your input on their solution and then tell you whether you got what their code got. It's pretty nice. I like that they do that. You can't do that in ACM and stuff like that, right? Like ICPC contests and stuff. Okay, so what's wrong? So I have this. So all of the substrings of size 1 already have a longest common or a longest palindromic subsequence in them of size 1. Then if I plus 1 is less than n, I also handle the case for size 2. minute. Oh, I think I know what it is. I see what the problem is. So here's the problem with my code. If s sub I equals s sub j, I have this case where I say that the longest palindromic subsequence somewhere in the range ij is 2 plus all this, I plus 1 to j minus 1. But the problem is, if either of these are better, those should actually be the ones that are used. So the sub-range from I plus 1 to j and the sub-range from I to j minus 1, it's possible that one of those two has a better... Is it? It has a better, like a longer subsequence. So what I would have to do is a max here of dp of ij and then that. What about this? No, that didn't fix it. Gigantic bucket. Judges post solutions after the contest. That makes sense. During a contest, you get no hints. During the contest, the contestants are allowed to ask questions publicly, right? Like, I've been in a contest before where there's like a question board that all the participants have access to. Are you shitting me? What? I'm not even looking at the viewer count. There's no way there's that many people in here. Yo, I'm calling out some of the lurkers. If you're lurking, put 1 in the chat. Oh, okay. Baby, get the fuck out of here. You got me excited for a second. But I was also thinking, like, no way. You know what I mean? Oh, hey, there is a lurker there. How's it going? I'm not going to be able to pronounce your name, but welcome. Welcome to the chat. That was mean. Yeah, you only did that because you know I don't have the viewer count up, right? Yeah, I don't like to have the viewer count up just because if it's too high, I might get nervous. If it's too low, I might get disappointed. So just for my own, just so that I can focus on the stream and nothing else, I prefer just not to see it. Yeah, and it was a little bit mean. Daz code, you're lurking. That's chill. That's chill. If anyone sees the bug in my code, you can just shout it out. Like, I know I'm close. I just don't know quite what's wrong here. Hey, and yo, what's good? So give me a short form of your name so that I can address you. Bionte? Yes, there's a clarification mechanism, but has to be a proper deficiency in the problem statement. Yeah. I just know that in the really, really high level contests, like championships and semifinals and all that stuff, that the teams will use that to like try their best to get extra info, you know? Like they'll strategically ask and word questions to try to get extra info about how they might go about building a solution. And then it's up to the judges, obviously, to only give minimal extra info when necessary. So I just made a little change to the code, and I'm still getting wrong answer, which is not great. So max of dp I plus 1j. Okay, so well, there's a really big problem here, which is that we shouldn't be getting 0 for the alphabet. Hold on. If I can shorten this, right, to just AB. What do I get for AB? I get 0 for AB. And the thing about AB is A and B by themselves is just 1. But my recursion here, like my recurrence formula, is not carrying that up. Yeah, it might be something like that, Dr. Byrne. That for sure. Okay, so how about this? How about this? We have a really tiny test case. So let's actually go into the debugger and look at this, because that's probably gonna show me what the problem is. I'll put the breakpoint right here and debug from here. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, this needs to be a 2? Does that need to be... Wait, what happens if I make that a 2? Okay. That was probably the bug, but let's run the rest of the test cases as well. Okay, that was it. This needed to be a 2. And here's the reason it needed to be a 2. So up here, I handled all substrings of size 1. B is good. My girlfriend's name is B, so I probably can't call you that. I'll call you Bi, because the first 3 letters of your name are B-Y-E. So I handled all substrings of length 1, but here I didn't handle all substrings of length 2. I only handled the ones that were palindromes. So in the case of AB, like that test case just by itself, obviously there's no there's a substring of length 2 there where it's supposed to have a 1 in it, because the longest palindromic subsequence within AB is of length 1. So I need to update this code so that I start my length search at 2, and I can, yeah, hopefully that makes sense. I can't start this at 3 because I haven't handled all of the substrings of size 2 yet. Okay, let's submit this and see what happens. Hey, there it is. Oh, it's slow. According to this stat right here, I'm only faster than 6% of C++ submissions. But I'm happy with a accepted though. I'm happy with a dub. Hey, thanks. That one was a little bit of a struggle. Let's just think about for a second why it might be so slow. GG. Gigantic Bucket, the stream founder, bro. No, that's not 7 milliseconds. My actual runtime was 453 right here. Which, according to the stats, is faster than only 6.37%. You don't think the runtime and memory stats are good metrics? Yeah, sometimes I feel like it can be helpful, sometimes it's not. So the question that I'm asking is, this is obviously O of n squared. What I'm wondering is there an n log n or an n solution that can speed this up? So bad at C++ that you're faster than 0%. Okay, Dr. Verm, if you already have a max palindrome length already, do you need to look at any strings smaller? Can you cut out some work? Yeah, that's a good thing to look at. In this case, the way that I'm building my DP table is I'm starting with small substrings first, and I'm slowly growing the substring that I'm looking at until it reaches the size of the entire array. So I have to actually look at the small substrings first before I can compute, information about the longer ones. Well, I think what I'm going to do though is, I'm pretty happy with this. I think what I'm going to do is look on the discussion page and see what's going on there. Yeah, and that's a good point. I could reduce the memory a little bit, probably. Yeah, I'd have to look at it. Like, I'd have to look at the order that the different cells reference each other, and then there's probably a way I can structure this for loop so I don't have to have a whole table. I can just keep track of like, or you know, one row or one diagonal or something like that. You don't think there's a DP solution less than n squared? Yeah, probably not. Let's see here. When I was younger, I dreamed of being an astronaut, a doctor, an engineer. Now I just want to have enough money to buy lunch tomorrow. You're not serious though, right? Are you quoting a song or something? I hope you have enough money to buy lunch tomorrow. Oh, that's weird. My Pretzel Rocks playlist just started playing the intro track to the stream. I'm gonna have to skip that. That's the intro track. Constant memory. Yeah, that's probably how to make it faster. I'm about to look at the discussion page and see what other people do. Oh, it's a meme? But of course, you smart gentlemen would not know because you spend your time. Nah. I mean, I try to be productive. I'm not always. Sometimes I get in phases where I'll play a video game for 8 hours a day. The next time that's likely to happen is when Starfield comes out. Okay, let's take a look at the discussion page. The top post is a straightforward Java DP solution. Okay. Oh, interesting. So, remember how I restructured my my recurrence? Apparently, I didn't need to do that. Oh, and you can do the DPII one right here. Okay, maybe that's what I need to do to make it a little bit faster. So this line of code can be in an else. This line of code can go right here. Wait, hold on a sec. Wait, let me just make sure this is still right. Okay, so even just that small change made it go a lot faster from 453 to 290. Anyone else here hyped for Starfield, or is that just me? I'm so excited for that game, dude. I know everyone's really worried that Bethesda might like mess it up, but I feel like they'd have to do something pretty terrible for me to not enjoy it. Like, I'm definitely dumping hundreds of hours of my life into that game, without a doubt. Okay, let's go back to the discussion post again. So, what did they do here? They have I going up to the length, and then they have J being I plus... Oh, okay, so they traverse in a slightly different order, which enables them to do this. But I don't really care too much. Dr. Vern, you picked up The Witness pretty cheap? Not familiar. Oh, it's a puzzle video game. Oh, open world? Yeah, it sounds dope. This sounds like my kind of game. I like solving puzzles. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Thanks for the suggestion. You need a new GPU? Gotcha. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's just review. On Steam, right? I'll take a look at the Steam sale and see if it's still really cheap. Oh, this is where I'm trying to go. So just to review, because I'm gonna wind down now. I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours, so I am winding down. But today we solved these 4. These are all These are all dynamic yeah, I can't even think anymore. It's time to go to bed. Dynamic programming problems. The first two I kind of did with a blindfold. They're easy, but then the last one was the hardest one today, longest palindromic subsequence. But I'm glad that I was able to get it. No, I gotta go. It's past midnight. I got shit going on tomorrow. I don't have a Discord server for the streaming community yet, but I'll make one at some point. So, okay. Dr. Byrne, maybe you have a suggestion? Who's a good raid target? Wait, is it worth raiding? I don't even know how many people are chilling. Oh, there's 10 people here. Yeah, let's raid. Well, let's raid someone. Baby needs his diaper changed. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You're gonna have to find someone else to do that for you. Software. Here, let's just look in the software and game development category. Oh, someone's building a Twitch panel extension, which sounds kind of cool. But they have 79 viewers though. They don't really need help. Does anyone have any suggestions? Let's raid someone with fewer viewers than that. Why is someone playing Fortnite in the software category? Femboy Mela. Let me take a look. Yeah, sure, why not? That looks good. Okay, so, yeah, Dr. Vern, Verm. I think I've been saying Vern the whole time. Verm. Thank you again for the raid. Really appreciate it. You can expect me to pay that raid back at some point in the future. Let me go follow your channel right now so I don't forget. Anyone who came in through the raid and hung out, really appreciate it. Anyone who's been here since before the raid and then who's been hanging out for a long time, really appreciate it. I'm going to try to stream again tomorrow, but I'm not entirely sure. But if I do, you can expect the usual, which will be Clash of Code for a while and then LeetCode. But as always, thank you very much for watching, for enjoying. Hope you learned something. And I'll be back soon. And I'm going to send the raid over to Femboy Mela. Apparently it's follower or subscriber only chat, but I'm gonna send it there anyway. Yeah, bye. I'm baby in the chat. Hopefully they'll remove that constraint when the raid comes in. But we'll see. If you go in there and you can't talk and he doesn't turn off follower only, then that's on him. I don't know what to say about that. But yeah, so here we go. Peace, everyone. Thanks for being here.